examine the recommendations put forth by these reports. They're online, by the way, and you can already go and look them up and read them while we are talking and discussing today. You can see how they might apply to your local contexts and develop implementation plans that truly work to bridge the digital divide in your societies. With that, I wish you an excellent and insightful day with all of us here. Thank you very much. Apologies. So, I would like now to invite Ambassador Niblett to deliver her remarks. And thank you again for being here with us and for being a supporter.
Thank you, Anne-Rochelle, and that's an absolute pleasure. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Excellencies. The Minister for Innovation and Technology of Ethiopia, Dr. Beleta Mola, ambassadors, distinguished guests. I'd like to start by extending my sincere thanks to the Government of Ethiopia, and in particular to His Excellency Dr. Beleta Mola, the Minister who's with us today, for hosting the Internet Governance Forum. I would also like to congratulate ITU on the successful delivery of the first research competition under the Connect to Recover initiative. And of course, congratulations to the 15 winners on their excellent research proposals to accelerate digital inclusion across the globe in the post-COVID environment. As data shows us, inequalities in the physical world are also reflected in the digital realm. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic serves as another reminder of the disparity between those who have access to life-changing services and opportunities and those who do not. So promoting an inclusive digital society is a top priority for Australia. Meaningful inclusion of Indigenous communities, women and girls, youth and people with disabilities will ensure that everyone benefits from digital transformation. I'd like to express Australia's appreciation for the work of the Telecommunications Development Bureau and its current director, soon to be the ITU Secretary General, Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin, for driving the work of connecting the unconnected and bridging digital divides. Secretary General-elect Bogdan-Martin has been a strong advocate for equal access to the internet, and ITU's Connect to Recover initiative, established under her leadership, exemplifies this dedication. This initiative is a direct response to the pressure points highlighted by COVID-19, addressing the specific ICT infrastructure and ecosystem needs in diverse regions as they recover from the pandemic. Australia is a strong supporter of a tailored approach, and we appreciated the opportunity to join the Connect to Recover Steering Committee and to provide $400,000 for a multi-year project to foster and enhance digital connectivity in the Asia and Pacific region, which is our region. The C2R International Research Competition, held by ITU for the first time, highlights the importance of evidence-based approaches to solving complex problems. I would like to thank all the multinational research teams for their efforts and to congratulate the Connect to Recover partners and sponsors on a successful outcome. I'd also like to convey gratitude from Australian researchers for ITU's role in facilitating connections with governments, industry, research institution, and most importantly, with communities. These connections were key to collecting data and making concrete, specific, and implementable recommendations on building resilient connectivity. This brings me to my last point, the importance of multi-stakeholder engagement and collaboration. as we work together to achieve goals of universal connectivity and sustainable digital transformation. The multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance has underpinned the internet's success to date, and Australia remains a strong supporter of a free, open, safe, secure and interconnected internet that fosters extraordinary innovation and economic growth. A decentralised governance model places individual, industry, non-commercial and government interests on the same level. This means that all stakeholders are able to contribute to discussions on the technical management and policy of the internet. It also ensures the development of the global internet is equally shaped by governments, by the private sector, by academia, the technical community, and of course, importantly, civil society. Australia strongly supports the role of the IGF as a non-binding platform to facilitate common understanding of internet-related public policy issues and the exchange of knowledge throughout the multi-stakeholder community. Thank you very much for coming today, and I wish you all a very productive and informative forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Madame Niblet. These were very insightful remarks, and I'm really happy that you're here with us to make sure that the cooperation with Australia continues. I would like to now introduce Mr. Carl Song, the Vice President, Corporate Communications Department at Huawei. Huawei is a partner of Connect to Recover initiative, and they've been providing us support for the research competitions, and we thank them again for being our partners today in this event. Is Mr. Carlson here? Or is it Renee? He's online? So Mr. Song is online? Yeah? Thank you. The floor is yours, Mr. Song.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Mr. and Raquel. A warm welcome to all of you from Shenzhen, China. It's a pity that I cannot with you in Addis in person, but I'm with you in spirit. From 2007 to 2013, I have worked for Huawei Africa region for so many years. Even today, I still have a very good memory, a lot of memory of Africa that will continuously think about the exciting and dedicated time there. My special regard to the ITU team, Lauren, Alex, Samir, Karin, and Kuka, as well as all the research team who have made this research competition a success. Work that has gone into the project really made me proud, and it's true to the core of Huawei's mission to leave no one behind in our striving for a fully connected, intelligent world. Connectivity for people everywhere is a foundation for an intelligent world, but it also means innovation in the other layers of intelligent network with smart device processing and services benefiting everyone. This had to be matched by the right of set of skill equipment, equipping user to make the most of these new solutions. As a sector member of ITUD, we fully align with the goal of connecting the unconnected and offering training to those who still need to be updated their digital skills. This reflects not just in our engagement to the C2R initiative, but also our pledge under the ITU's Partner to Connect initiative. digitalization all around the world rapidly. Second, we need to innovate solutions for network rollout in areas where they are most needed. A lot of these remote areas. This also means taking seriously the role that mobile access play in the global south. Third, we must find targeted way to tackle the special challenge in local community. This includes projects to teach online skills and to promote local content creations. In Ethiopia, for example, we worked on the first 2 rounds of digital training with the Ministry of Education on empowering women with digital skills just last week. And today is the last of our 8-day Seeds for the Future online training program in Ethiopia on key technologies such as 5G, cloud computing, and AI for more than 60 students from different local universities. We do all this because the time to act is now, and we will try to make the most of the insight gained by the research project and turn selected implementations into realities. Specifically, we and the ITU are about to launch a project in Kenya that builds directly on the implementation of one of the team's report. We will involve the research team in providing further recommendations and guidance, as well as work with policymakers and our customers, suppliers, and partners for the new initiative. To conclude, I would like to congratulate you all again for the contribution to find most efficient way for connecting the unconnected. While we take this insight seriously and set out to act upon them, I wish you a most successful event today and many good exchange at the Internet Governance Forum in Adidas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Song. And now I would like to wake you all up by helping me give a support and standing ovation for, first of all, seeing you all here in Addis Ababa. I mean, when was the last time that we had IGF in person? So welcome everybody, and I would like on behalf of all of you, ITU, and all of our colleagues, thank Ethiopia for hosting us here and for hosting the IGF 2022. And now I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Dr. Belete Mola for his remarks. The floor is yours.
What an honor. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Excellencies, honorable ambassadors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is such a great pleasure for me to welcome you to these best practices and recommendations for digital inclusion through resilient infrastructure event, which is part of the IGF 2022 organized by the ITU. Ladies and gentlemen, creating digital equity requires creating a situation where all individuals and communities have the digital capacity needed for full participation in the society, democracy, and economy. Without digital equity, it is hardly possible to ensure equal participation in civic and cultural activities, employment opportunities, and access to essential services. Unless there is a coordinated effort by the stakeholders, the gap between those who have affordable access, skills, and support to effectively engage online and those who do not is expanding to the worst. In this regard, ITU's effort to contribute to the cause is quite remarkable. Initiatives like the Connect to Recover, which envision to ensure available, affordable, and resilient digital infrastructure, should be expanded and supported so that they can address the challenge of the least developed countries. Ladies and gentlemen, building a resilient infrastructure is at the core of the digital transformation agenda of Ethiopia. In the last 3 years, Ethiopia has scored remarkable achievements in reforming the ICT sector. There are also efforts made in connecting schools and health facilities throughout the country, reforming the legal and regulatory environment to build a strong national digital ecosystem is also underway. We are also in the process of launching a national study to redefine the national broadband plan. However, despite the recent significant growth of mobile and internet subscribers, significant part of the Ethiopian population still do not have access to the internet. The government of Ethiopia will continue its effort to ensure a meaningful access to the internet by citizens. The government also welcomes partners who can collaborate and join the government effort to ensure the digital transformation of Ethiopia. Ladies and gentlemen, this event, which is organized by the ITU, has a very special significance. The title of the research reports are relevant to resilient internet for shared and common future, which is a main theme of the IGF 2022. Hope the research reports that will be presented on this workshop will help us to understand challenges and learn from the experiences of others, as well as help to get valuable insights on the IGF 2022 core theme of resilient internet for shared and common future. I would like to thank the organizers and the contributors to this workshop. Once again, thank you very much for coming and wish you all a successful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And I would like to acknowledge one more person in our midst. It is Dr. Gospel Kazako, who is the Minister of Information and Digitalization of Malawi. Thank you for being here with us, sir. Wonderful. Would you maybe want to say a few words, or you're here in listening mode? We're happy to have you, whichever way. Thank you so much, sir. All right. So thank you for this, Dr. Mola. And we're now going to ask for a video to be played. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Ecosystems of beneficiary countries as they adjust in the wake of COVID-19 and ensure this resiliency remains even in times of hazards. With this in view, the ITU Connect to Recover initiative organised a research competition on the role of broadband to ensure digital inclusion during the COVID-19 pandemic. The selected 15 winning projects cover 17 countries in Africa, Asia Pacific, Americas, and Arab states. The research shows that though the use of broadband and digital technologies were critical during the pandemic, there were barriers in accessing online education, financial services, and healthcare services affecting students, small businesses, vulnerable groups, and isolated rural communities. Nevertheless, there is a silver lining. By focusing on the lessons learnt from these 15 published research reports, we can overcome these barriers through accessibility, adoption, affordability of broadband services, resilient digital infrastructure, digital skills, and revamping policies and regulations to meet post-pandemic needs. we will contribute to meaningful connectivity, which in turn enables development, and a better future can be built with broadband. For more information, visit www.itu.int/connect to recover.
So please go ahead for your remarks.
Okay, okay, thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Dr. Bellet, dear friends, new and old, near and far, Salamno, and good morning. It's an honor to be here with you in Addis, the capital and home to African Union. At Huawei, we feel very, very privileged to have supported the work of all 15 winning teams of the Connect to Recover research competition since the summary of 2021. The great momentum that has been built, the launch of the 15 reports and the republication, and of course the group photo taken just not brought as all closely as a team. For us, its truly global project has helped us learn a great deal about where digital gaps still remain and how each part can contribute to building back better with broadband in the recovery. We speak of connectivity and how central it is every aspect to our lives. But connectivity is meant in spirit and left our spirits, making lives easier and healthy, economic stronger and environment greener. And let me share a couple of stories of our own in Huawei journey to reinforce digital infrastructure and digital ecosystems worldwide. The first story is about health. In a few hours, we will hear from Dr. Long from Nigeria about how mobile health applications based on sufficient broadband bandwidth can improve the country's health service. We have been working with LifeBand, a platform in Nigeria that connects hospital to blood bank and blood banks to donors. The digital platform offers real-time access to blood and oxygen products and guarantees quality service via end-to-end management from sourcing and location to tracking and delivery. When a hospital needs blood urgently, it can log in and submit a request. The dispatch ride then uses mobile location service to find the quickest route to the hospital. This gets blood safely and to the patients who need it urgently. As a result, LifeBank has been able to cut delivery time from up to 1 day to less than an hour. The second story is about financial inclusion, one of the topics of our third panel today, and the theme of Dr. Musengo's presentation. Apart from the short publication, you can also learn more about Dr. Musengo's work in the latest edition to Transform. This is the newest. And this is a short leadership magazine Huawei launched earlier in this year. I brought this copy from Egypt, where it was printed for the COP 27th. We have included for of the 15 research reports to highlight the diversity of approach and context addressed by all the project teams, with the hashtag reasons to connect. In Ethiopia, Ethio Telecom launched Telebeer, and we are proud that we are part of this great practice with our partner. With Telebeer, people can now use the app to deposit, withdraw, or transfer money on their phones. Even without downloading the app, they can still register using short codes or at the telecom shops to enjoy the same service. It's but another example of how advanced in connectivity can and have reshaped transaction model and changing our life for the better. And in this joint effort to support the building of resilient digital infrastructure, especially in key areas such as education, healthcare, and job creation, the private sector can contribute. From where we stand, for more than 30 years, Huawei has pushed the boundary of the ICT and promoted global adoption. By working closely with operators worldwide, we have built over 1,500 networks that connected more than 3 billion people, 170 countries and regions. Outside China, our rural solutions has connected people from border towns in Africa to uncovered white zones in developed regions. By the end of 2021, rural solutions has helped connected more than 60 million people in remote area in more than 70 countries. And just a few days ago, we made a pledge to ITU's Partner to Connect program that by 2025, Huawei's ICT solution will bring connectivity to 120 million people in remote area from over 80 countries. With that said, as many of the reports have revealed, connectivity people is only the first step. Persistent gaps remain between need and provision, knowledge and implementation, and between policy and practice. And that's exactly why we are here, to help bridge these gaps bit by bit. As my colleague said ago, we will seek to make the moment of the insight gained by research projects. We intend to turn select recommendation in reality by working with the ITU, the relevant policy makers experts, as well as our customers, suppliers, and partners. Congratulations once again to all 15 research teams. My sincere gratitude as goes to the ITU team and our colleagues at IGF for making today's proposal. And on that note, let me conclude with a wish for lively and productive exchange of ideas for the rest of this day. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gao. And so now we're going to do a little, basically, ceremony to launch the reports, which are here. So I'm going to ask Dr. Mola to basically cut the ribbon by opening it. Let's see. There we go. There we go. Fantastic. There you go.
Officially launch it. Congratulations.
Officially announced. Yep. Voila. Okay. I think I'll give you one. And everybody else can download them online. They're already there. So please do that because I think they're really very instructive. So, Samir, I'm not sure how we do this because we're supposed to have a group photo. How is this going to work? But maybe just make sure that everybody online, can we maybe wait for like 30 seconds so that everybody who's online can have a photo and I think we can arrange the rest with all of the pictures that we're having here. Yeah?
Yeah, that's correct. We are having online participants already. So I hope they are all listening because I'm logged in here. So we can have a common photo online as well as this offline. Thank you.
Wonderful. All right. So that means we can just proceed, huh?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay. So this is all done. Now I would like to ask Mr. Matthew Harrison, and he is one of our partners, and he's going to talk to us about the IT UNESCO Broadband Commission Working Group on Smartphone Access. Matthew?
Good day, everyone. Your Excellencies, Chairman, Chairperson, Minister, ITU, and distinguished guests here in Addis and also online in the world. Thank you for inviting me to speak today on the important work of the UN Broadband Commission's Working Group on Smartphone Access. Today I'm representing Safaricom Ethiopia. We are the second unified telecommunications service license in Ethiopia. We are also the proud partner and sponsor of this year's Internet Governance Forum in Ethiopia. Safaricom Ethiopia was licensed last year following a process run by the Ethiopian government, the ministry, the Ethiopian Communications Authority, and we were very proud as Safaricom Ethiopia to win that second telecommunications license, very much focused on partnering with the government on its digital transformation and inclusion objectives discussed by the Minister earlier. We have recently launched, we launched a couple of months ago, and just a few weeks ago we achieved our first 1 million customers. And that's just the start. And our mission is to focus on working with partners, the government, the citizens, the communities of Ethiopia to transform lives for a digital future, which is very consistent with what we're here today to talk about. One of our shareholders, Safaricom Ethiopia's shareholders, is the Vodafone Group, whose CEO, Mr. Nick Reed, is a commissioner and co-chair of the UN Broadband Commission Working Group on Smartphone Access. And today I'm really proud to have been asked to share an update of this essential work. More than ever, people are wanting to be connected to the internet. 4.9 billion, around 63% of the world's population globally are now connected. That's an increase of 17% over the last 3 years. Mobile phones continue to be the primary way, and in many cases the only way, for most people to access the internet. 4.3 billion, around 55% of the world's population, are using internet through mobile devices and smartphones. However, 2.7 billion people cannot and are unable to access the internet. Changing this is the mission for all of us who are here today. The socio-economic benefits of doing so are well understood. A World Bank study concluded that 10% increase in internet adoption will lead to an increase in GDP of just over 1% in low, middle income countries. And another study confirms that an increase of 10% in mobile internet penetration would yield an increase of 2.5%. Here in Ethiopia, the government has set objectives in its Digital Ethiopia 2025 strategy and in the National 10-Year Development Plan, and has taken decisions, including the licensing of Safaricom Ethiopia, to ensure all Ethiopians benefit from digital transformation and inclusion. To achieve these objectives, we all need to work together to address the barriers to inclusion. The barriers are well documented in many reports, like the one we've just heard. Reports by the IGF, reports by the UN Broadband Commission, and other studies. One of the barriers, and this is why I'm here today, is accessibility of smartphones. At the end of 2021, 40% of the world's population, that's around 3.2 billion people, are not using mobile internet, despite living in areas where there is mobile internet and broadband coverage. This is why last year, the ITU UNESCO Broadband Commission Working Group on Smartphone Access was launched to conduct a multi-stakeholder analysis and to identify actionable recommendations to address this challenge. A report, which we're very proud to be involved in, was published in September 2022, called Strategies Towards Universal Smartphone Access. This working group is now continuing its work, co-chaired by the CEO of Vodafone Group, the UN High Representative for Least Developed Countries, and the ITU's Secretary General-elect. They see the potential to undertake collaborative and concrete actions through pilots to address the gaps identified in this report and the recommendations to increase smartphone ownership and use. It is in this context we are pleased to share some information for consideration and discussion in the coming days to work on the actions of the Broadband Commission's task force. The aim is to put forward a proposal to the Broadband Commission leadership for consideration at its spring meeting next year in 2023 as an extension to take the recommendations of the report and deliver sustainable and impactful actions and delivery to increase access to smartphones and access to the internet. We're currently formulating a proposal and want to take this opportunity to share with you some of the thinking as we're in Ethiopia about how we can bring this action task force to life in Ethiopia. Working in partnership with the government, the UN Broadband Commission, and many other stakeholders to increase smartphone ownership and use in Ethiopia, and also through these pilots across Africa. Specifically, in line with Safaricom Ethiopia and our shareholders' commitment to partner with the government and other key stakeholders on transforming lives for a digital future, we wish to explore with stakeholders to partner on the establishment of a working group pilot in Ethiopia on smartphone accessibility. This could include building on the recommendations of the report I referred to earlier, finance and subsidy funding mechanisms, policy and regulatory decisions, including investment incentives and taxation to reduce the supply chain costs and the costs of devices and smartphones to citizens, increasing digital literacy, languages, and skills development to use the devices and the services that you can use using the internet, and a program for recycled and reused devices, increasing both smartphone accessibility and helping to address the increasing issue of e-waste. We look forward to exploring if we can work together on this proposed smartphone pilot in Ethiopia with all the partners, and this will complement the significant initiatives undertaken by the Ethiopian government, the Ethiopian Communications Authority, the licensees, and other stakeholders to achieve Ethiopia's digital transformation and inclusion objectives. We work further ahead together with the mission of transforming lives for a digital future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthew. And for everybody here who has been involved in digital in Africa, I think we all remember that making equipment accessible to communities is one of the things that we have talked for the longest time, I would say. So as I think a few of you said, it's time to walk the talk and make sure that equipments are really making it to people, but not simply just regular equipments. Ones, as Matthew said, that can also recognize, speak our languages, because we absolutely need to be cognizant that in Africa, 60 to 80% of our populations are rural, and they really do not speak the language that we're speaking here today. So I'm truly looking forward, Dr. Mola, that we work with you and all stakeholders in Ethiopia to kind of give us a great case study that a lot of the other countries may want to look forward to and implement also. Thank you, Matthew. And the Broadband Commission report that he's referring to is also online if any of you want to go see it and download it to be read. Thank you. So after this, I would like to introduce my colleague, Samir Sharma. He's one of our senior advisors at ITU, and Ms. Alice Munia, Senior Director, Africa Innovation Maradi at Mozilla Corporation, to share with us the ITU World Bank Open Data Initiative. Thank you both.
Thank you, Anne Rachel, and Excellency Dr. Balat Mola, the Minister of Innovations and Technology, Ethiopia, Honorable Ministers, Ambassador Ms. Julia Neblat, and Ambassadors, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you. It is my deep honor, and I extend my sentiments along with my colleague Anne Rachel, that we are very grateful for hosting this Connect to Recover initiative here in Ethiopia. It's my first visit to this beautiful city and this country. It could not have been a better venue than hosting this IGF here. So thank you so very much. We are very grateful for this opportunity. I have the pleasure and the honor to co-present along with my colleague, Ms. Alice, Senior Advisor, Senior Director from Africa's Mozilla Corporation, to introduce ITU World Bank Industry-Led Initiative, Unlocking Affordable Internet Access on Open Data. As many of you would be aware, that ITU has been collecting a lot of data in terms of optical fiber, where the deployment is there, internet exchange data, microwave deployment, and all those data, because in the UN system, ITU is the only agency which provides authoritative ICT statistics and data. And this data is so relevant because we're talking about bridging the digital divide, a meaningful connectivity. And if we know where the gaps have already been bridged, or more importantly, where the gaps have still yet to be bridged, so that the investment can be directed to bridge those gaps. So fortunately, ITU has this initiative of ITU's terrestrial broadband transmission maps, which has been there. I was involved. I used to work with the ITU's regional office in Asia and Pacific. Now I'm based in Geneva on detachment, and we work, that's why, Excellency, with the Government of Australia, we implemented several projects, so very grateful for your support to the region. But the problem with that is that this data may not be open, because there are a lot of non-disclosure agreements are involved, so which poses a lot of challenges. So it may not be available for, let's say, industry who would want to make investment. So that data, even though it is available, so they may not have full access, or researchers, many of them are present here, so they would like to provide some concrete recommendations. So this is not available. So in order to fill this gap, ITU and the World Bank late last year had decided, along with the industry, including our partner, Mozilla, as well as Liquid Telecom, Internet Society, CS Squared, Digital Council for Africa, and many other partners, that we must do something together so that we bring together all the data in the public domain, so that it is available, open, transparently, and in a manner that it could be used for the benefit of providing infrastructure to the public. We also established a steering committee which guides this initiative. And we have a short presentation, so I would like to first invite my colleague Alice to take you through briefly, and then it would be a very short and interactive presentation. Alice, over to you.
Good morning. And good morning, everyone, and thank you, Samir. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, Minister of Technology and Information, Ethiopia, Your Excellency Ambassadors, distinguished guests, partners in this room and online, participating remotely, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alice Munywa from Mozilla Corporation, and we would really like to thank the government of Ethiopia for hosting the 2022 Internet Governance Forum. This is the third happening in the African continent, very proud. The first one was in Egypt in 2009. The second one was in Kenya. I hosted it. And now in Ethiopia, so very proud. I hope we have more of this. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak this morning on behalf of the group of partners that Samir has mentioned here, working together on the Open Telecom Data Project. And I would like to congratulate Anne Rochelle and her team and the ITU and all the partners for the publication for this publication and for launching this publication. Congratulations. So for those who don't know what Mozilla is very briefly, is a vibrant global community with a mission to promote openness, innovation, and opportunity on the web. We are globally known for our popular web browser, Firefox. I hope everybody is using Firefox right now. We believe the internet is a global resource, public resource that should be open and accessible to all, as we strive to be a trusted guide to a joyful internet.
Alice, just 1 second. Sorry to interrupt, if I may. Colleagues, can we just put the slides together, please, if we may? Karen, thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. We believe the internet, in an internet that actually puts people first, and that's why this project is very important for us, where individuals can shape their own experience, are empowered, safe, and independent. So we build products that put people back in control of their connected lives while advocating for policies that improve the health of the internet. By creating and promoting interoperable open standards that enable innovation. So we can go to slide 3, please. So, well, not long ago, the entirety of the sub-Saharan Africa was served by a single cable controlled by a cartel. Next slide. So we now expect the total design and capacity of undersea cables to actually increase exponentially. In fact, we are estimating by 400 times, an increase of 400 times. There's investment in undersea cables that has transformed the potential for broadband on the continent, the Equino and the 2 Africa cables that are due to land next year. And they represent more capacity than all the existing cables put together. Next slide. So the arrival of so much capacity, the next one. Okay, yes.
Alice,
Yes.
apologies. I am going to ask for your indulgence all. Minister Mola and Ambassador Fragoso have to go to the high-level session that is starting right now. So we're going to excuse them, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great. So, wait. So this arrival of so much capacity on African shores has sparked a tidal wave of investments in terrestrial infrastructure as well. And there are now well over 1 million kilometers of fiber optic cable in the continent. Next slide. So this project, the Open Telecom project, is the whole aim of it is to better understand the true extent of internet access and starts with better knowledge of where the physical infrastructure that underpins the internet, starting with obviously fiber optic infrastructure, because we cannot have access to the internet without the infrastructure that underpins it. Next slide. So there has been crowdsourced efforts to map terrestrial fiber optic fiber done by our colleague Steve Song, and obviously by the ITU and other partners, such as now this one that that's on the screen right now. But it does fall short of what is needed due to the challenges in sourcing operator data. However, even this modest effort, because it was shared as open data, unlocked the potential for two researchers, Jonas, they're both called Jonas, to combine the fiber optic data with research on employment levels in the African continent. And they were able to establish really significant correlation between proximity to fiber optic cables and the increase in employment values and employment levels, not values. So this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to insights that may be gained by researchers in combined fiber optic network data with other kinds of socioeconomic data to produce new insights so that we can invest. So we desperately need to better understand the impact of our investment in ICT infrastructure. Next slide, please. So many fiber optic network operators around the world share their network maps, although they're still in the minority. We keep hearing that it's supposed to be a business secret, or you have to be NDA'd for that. And so there's not really normalized practice of network information sharing. So, but we have examples in South Africa, Nigeria, Ukraine, and as William Gibson said, the future is already here. It is just unevenly distributed. So many network operators around the world share the network maps, although they are still in the minority. And there's really no normalized, next slide, and there's really no normalized practice of network information sharing. The next slide. The ITU has been really good in maintaining a global map of terrestrial fiber optic network infrastructure through its partnership with regulators and the Broadband Commission around the world. But in the absence of open data norms for network information sharing, operators often default to sharing under NDAs. And as a result, the network map is typically restricted from being downloaded and presenting a barrier to researchers who might leverage this resource, and especially now because we're talking about doing research in this continent that will inform meaningful access. So we need more transparency to understand how physical internet infrastructure, where it is, where it can be found, what the access gaps are. And so to address this challenge, the next slide, please, we need, more transparency. So we came together, as Samir mentioned, the World Bank, the ITU, Mozilla, the Internet Society, and others. And the first challenge we have taken is on to first map where the terrestrial fiber optic cable infrastructure can be found. Next slide, please. So the next one, we've mapped that one. The next slide, please. So the next slide, please. So what are the benefits for this open telecom infrastructure data? What is the benefit of this standard? Especially, I'll start with regulators and governments. So for governments and regulators, they can benefit in many ways from this open fiber optic data. So the map right here shows the area around, for example, there was the next slide. In Ghana, for example, showing the area around and height overlays. So the benefit is, more effective network investment by accurately targeting the underserved. That's one. Improving coordination across infrastructure sector, for example, road, electricity, oil and gas. Reducing physical network interruption and destruction. We had a workshop in Kenya where the technology service providers of Kenya, each one was complaining about their infrastructure being destroyed by our road, and so just having that knowledge open for everybody to have that access is extremely important. And then the opportunity for national and regional benchmarking, is another advantage for governments and regulators, as well as an understanding the true extent of the national fiber optic infrastructure. We still don't know that yet. So if 8 operators report fiber along, for example, a route, one route, does that represent 8 unique networks, or is it one? So those are the questions that this open telecom data is going to be asking. Exactly what do we really have? The next slide. So what is the benefit for operators? That's a benefit for the government and regulatory authorities. So for operators, so the next, so please move, in the interest of time, we can move we can move to the next one as well. Samir, perhaps you can talk about.
Just to be interactive. Thanks, Alice. Maybe just what I introduced in the beginning about the transmission maps that ITU has created. This is how it looks like. It's a very comprehensive maps having 7 different indicators, which maintains the global terrestrial fiber optical network infrastructure through partnership with mostly the regulators and the operators. And I recall in our Asia Pacific regional office, I used to work with all the operators, sending all those letters, collecting all those data. It's a bit painful process, but when it comes there, mapped in this form and shape, you would really find that you can fill the gap and make some kind of investment. And as Alice just mentioned, that the problem is that because these are not in the public domain, very limited data is there in the public domain. So ITU and the World Bank thought that let's do something and let's try to resolve, at least starting with Africa. If you can go to the next slide, please. To have a multi-stakeholder partnership, as I heard the ambassador from Australia focusing on the multi-stakeholder partnership and civil society, including with the industry. You can see here the partners that we have. So here today, on behalf of the World Bank and ITU in the UN system, along with the industry, with Alice, we are very happy that this initiative has taken forward. It has been launched, and also that there are some pilots which are also being launched. We have colleague here, Steve Song. If you can just show your hand. So we've been working, and also in the Connect to Recover in particular, because we're focusing here on Africa, it is a great opportunity to provide the assessment, mapping, and this mapping will not only just talk about infrastructure. Let's say, where are the banks, where are the schools, where are the hospitals? So those will be the next stages that we'll talk about. And Alice already you talked about the benefits of the operators and regulators. So I hand it back to you to take it through a little bit, and we can just, next slide, please. If you can go to the next slide.
Yes. And the next one.
Next one. We talked about it. Next one.
The next one.
Next one, please.
All right. So what are the benefits for operators? Safaricom is sitting right next to me here. So I think they would like to know what is the benefit of being part of this open fiber optic
why should
standard.
We share the data?
Yeah, so why should Safaricom share their data in an open platform? So this is the reason why we need a clear and comprehensive picture of national regional network infrastructure. that can benefit operators. It will give more confidence to investors. It will give fewer excuses to any entity that disrupts fiber that might otherwise plead ignorance. I am sure, I mean, in Kenya, we had several operators complaining about their fiber optic cables being cut down by other, network operators. And it will build trust among operators by giving all parties confidence that they are sharing the same information at the same level of detail. And it will unlock potential to research the impact of investment in fiber. And finally, it will offer better insights into network redundancy design, and as well as reducing physical interruption and better evidence of social economic impact, as Samir has mentioned here, of their networks. Like, okay, so if there's fiber, the hypothesis, if we have fiber, are we going to have a community with sufficient socioeconomic activity that might uplift and empower that community? And I think especially for operators, governments, regulators, that really is important information, and not just for those stakeholders, including civil society, because that's the other stakeholder I think we keep missing here. Next slide, please. So together, these are the initial partners. Mozilla has been leading this work with Steve Song leading with the mapping and doing all the technical work here. So we made a pledge to the Partner to Connect initiative, and our pledge, once again, Mozilla believes.
So Alice, if I may just introduce on the Partner to Connect, this was the initiative that ITU recently launched in the Partner to Connect, and in the recently held our Plenipotentiary Conference. You'd be very pleased to know that when there's a gap, around 2.7 billion people are still to be connected, and 34%, you see the situation here in Africa. One of the single thing that we want is everybody should work together, and then the resources, especially the financial resources, are needed. So in order to make this happen, Partner to Connect is an initiative whereby we fostered the pledges, around $26 billion of pledges, and I think it is going on still further for access, adoption, value creation, and accelerating, incentivizing investment. So we thought that it will be very important to have a pledge from ITU, World Bank, and the industry, and open data standards. And these are 4 areas. Alice, maybe you'd like to just take it through. Yeah, okay. So basically, as you can see very quickly from these pledges, we are committed to promote the collaboration of the development of the open data standards, and also by developing open data standards for describing terrestrial optical fiber networks, for sustainable mechanisms to promote public inputs, and also promoting a culture of openness and trust, so that we have confidence that the data, it is being used for public good. And you would be seeing that many governments are already starting to actually publish those data. We saw in many European countries, and also lately here in Asia Pacific and in Africa also. So maybe we can wrap it up, Alice.
Okay.
Over to you.
Yeah, so the next slide. Next slide, please. So what exactly is open standard? I think Mozilla is known for open source. So open standard, open source. I'd like to claim it's ours, but open standard is separate from open source. But specifically, open standard is the open fiber data standard does the following. It describes what data to publish about the fiber optic networks. It provides a vocabulary and structure for fiber network data, and it offers guidance and tooling for publishers and users, but also for researchers. We were talking about launching the research. I think it's really important for researchers as well to have access to this kind of information in terms of where the access gaps are. Next slide, please. I think 2 slides. So there's already a beta version of it, of the standard, that is publicly available. Next one. And we'll be more than happy to work with any stakeholder. Mozilla, ITU, World Bank would be more than happy to work with any stakeholders to support the development in any country that might be interested, or any operator. And next slide, the documentation and digital tools are also available. For example, earlier this month, we noticed that the Brazilian government released network fiber optic infrastructure data using this standard. And Mozilla is currently supporting pilots in Ghana and in Kenya, and we'll be more than happy to support pilots in any other country. So we're more than happy to speak to any other member states and operator that might be interested. So the action has already begun. As I mentioned earlier, what's going on in Ghana, Brazil, and Kenya. And please feel free to reach out to us, my colleague Steve Song there, and to Samir, from the ITU and the World Bank, if anyone requires more information or would like to know more about this open data standard. Thank you very much. Back to you, Samir.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, I was just engrossed in my thinking about all of the stuff that Alice is saying. This is just absolutely fabulous, and I'm just happy to see this going. And I really, truly encourage anybody who would like to be part of this to come on board, and to also go look, as Samir said, to the Partner to Connect website at ITU. It is a place where you can see how people are committing to doing something. Part of the Partner to Connect initiative momentum is also coming together to do things. You heard since this morning that this region is variably connected, but it is really we have very low connectivity. If we're going to advance that, we're going to have to work, as the African proverb goes, together to go far. So it is important. We have been talking about connecting the world, connecting Africa for the past 30 years. We're still at 33%. So we truly have a long way to go. So thanks for being here again, all. And now I would like to introduce some of our speakers who will share about the Connect to Recover Research Competition. But at the same time, before we do that, I would like to introduce, is Professor Sharafat online? Professor Sharafat has been one of, wonderful, wonderful. Glad to hear you, sir. And he has been one of our jurors, actually, for the 15 research competitions. So, Professor Sharafat, you have the floor, please. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sharafat. Samir, up to you, please.
Thank you very much, Rachel and Dr. Sharafat. Thank you for your gracious presence. We acknowledge the guidance that you have provided in evaluation of over 300 proposals that we received, which culminated into 15 research winners today that we have. In fact, I cannot start without thanking our partner, Huawei, who has been our sector member and partner to this journey of Connect to Recover. We had an idea about how we can encourage participation of academia, think tank in the work of ITU, which can be benefit to the people on the ground. So in this short presentation, before we actually go into 5 sessions, which will be very interactive sessions, which is the heart of today's presentation, the sessions by the winners of this research competition on health, job creation, education, digital infrastructure, and vulnerable group. And we will have a concluding session at the end. So my role here will be very brief to introduce the Connect to Recover initiative from the inception to the journey of launch you saw today, this morning. Can we just put together the slides, please? Next slide. So very briefly, if I can show you the Connect to Recover research competition basically falls under the ITU flagship initiative called Connect to Recover, which was launched in September 2020 at the time of COVID, with the objective to strengthen digital infrastructure and ecosystem for the beneficiary countries at the wake of pandemic. And now also we include natural hazards and disaster in many regions. I think this has become a necessity for us to immediately respond, and digital infrastructure restoration becomes the priority as member states need. And in the center, as you see, that we focus on 3 pillars, which is education, health, and job creation. So these are the focus areas. And in doing so, because our resources are limited, we first select our LDCs, LLDCs, and small island countries. And for small island countries, I have to acknowledge the contribution, especially from Government of Australia in Asia Pacific region. So, Excellency, thank you very much. If you go to the next slide, please. So these are the partners our regional director, Rachel, mentioned in the beginning in her opening remarks. Our founding partners for Connect to Recover were MIC Japan and King Salman Relief Foundation Saudi Arabia. And later on, we are very privileged to have partners like Government of Australia, Government of Lithuania, and recently Government of Czechoslovakia, the Czech Republic, they also joined membership. And we also have members from private sector, Huawei, and Vodafone. I think Matthew is also, if I can say, representing this group. Thank you for joining. And also the Broadband Commission, for which you saw the smartphone accessibility report. That's also part of Connect to Recover initiative. Next slide, please. So very briefly, Connect to Recover, in order to have an authoritative, transparent methodology that we can apply across the board to all the countries as a tool for carrying out the assessment in all the countries as an entry point, so that we can find out where are the gaps in the infrastructure, where are the gaps in technologies, where are the gaps in policy and regulation, and how we can put together our efforts, infrastructure, as well as the removing the barriers. So the first phase is to come up with a global methodology. A report has already been published. And for second phase, we carry out the country assessment to identify where are the gaps and bottlenecks, so that we know where we have to make an entry and what is it that we need to address. And the third phase is to stock take for ICT strategies. We heard about digital transformation. If the countries already have a roadmap, then we can actually further strengthen it. If they don't have, we build it. And also pilot project, and I don't have a better example than in Africa. The first pilot that we launched is in Rwanda, where through GIGA and UNICEF, ITU Connect to Recover provided connectivity for communities and the schools, so that they can not only get access to education, but also in the evening, the communities can provide access to those services of education, health, and other services. And finally, this methodology includes deep dive studies, let's say health, e-education, and the e-government that is part of these outcomes from this methodology. Next slide, please. This is to show the work, what has been done so far in Connect to Recover initiative. The key concrete products and services, as membership always ask ITU that you must deliver. So first, in the center, if you can see, the global methodology has already been released, which is online. And also when we carry out the assessment in the countries, we go to, let's say, Ethiopia, we go to Rwanda, we go to Mozambique, wherever, we need to know that all the time, we don't need to design the data, the references of the templates, etc. So this report of harmonizing broadband data across ITU initiatives, because there are huge, it's a sea of ocean. Even till today, I'm finding which information I can use as an entry point for the country assessment. So this is an effort to customize templates for collecting data for the country. So this has already been done. And we also have this Broadband Commission's working group report. On the right-hand side, you have seen the assessment undertaken in the countries in CIS region, Armenia, Kazakhstan. And on the left, you see the assessment carried out with the CARICOM, which is a regional body, a regulators group, and the Haiti in the aftermath of the disaster that happened for internet resilience. And also Rwanda I just talked about. So these are just some of the products that we have covered under Connect to Recover. Next slide, please. So starting with the research competition, and I was having discussion with our colleagues from Huawei yesterday evening and this morning for the breakfast, that this journey started in July 2021 for thinking as to how best we can leverage this platform where the industry, academia, and think tank can actually build back better with the broadband, and also with the global research communities could be encouraged, promoting knowledge sharing. And we looked into the submission requirements, that the requirements that they submit should be focused on resiliency for digital infrastructure, and also how to build back better broadband along with the digital inclusion, especially at the time of COVID, and to developing key recommendations that could be helped at the country level. And you would be very happy to see that there are 15 winners that we proposed at that time, with around $42,000. And if I have been working in IT for 15 years, but I have not seen any such intense competition with 15 winners. Pardon me if my information is wrong, but I think this is a very proud initiative, and I want to thank everybody for that. Next slide, please. So just a quick journey into this. Next slide, please. We can skip this. So we started in July 2021 with a detailed, very comprehensive criteria, and then this closure of the competition, we gave around 1.5 months. And in November, we carried out the assessment by the jury, which was quite representative, so that ITU was just secretariat. We were not involved in decision making. And then we conducted information sessions in Africa. I'll talk about it, 3 specific sessions, and finalization of the report and research paper, which happened just now, and we're launching today all these 15 reports along with this ITU publication. Next slide, please. So just to give you how diverse and how extensive this initiative was, when this call for proposals were launched, we received 307 proposals all across the globe, as you can see the map here, from 72 countries and 51 countries which are collaborating partners from all the regions of ITU, as you can see. And there were 148 eligible proposals that were shortlisted. And finally, there were 15 winning proposals. Next slide, please. And I want to just introduce very briefly, as Enrichel mentioned, Professor Dr. Reza Sharafat, who you heard him, from Iran. He was also chairman of our study group 2. He has been in the council, he's been guiding us throughout. He was the chair. And also we have Professor Ellen Helsper from London School of Economics. And I'm sure many colleagues here would know Ms. Ida Ganga from here. And also Noor Sulila and Dr. Cosmos Zavazava. They were the jury members who looked into the 7 criteria of collaboration, relevance, impact, viability, sustainability, novelty, how new the idea is. We don't want to work on those ideas where a lot of contribution is already available. And also the implementation plan. We don't want simply a paperwork and the reports. We want it to be actionable, implementable, so that it can be used by the countries for their benefit. Next slide, please. So we thought, because out of 15 research proposals, 12 proposals were focused on Africa. And in that, particularly, we thought it will be a good idea, while they were gathering a lot of information, a lot of data, they wanted to get interface with our colleagues in Africa, the country regulators, focal points, etc. And they also needed to have both-way relationships. So we organized this session, and Rachel led those information sessions in April and March, and those sessions were very productive, with the objective of sharing this, what is going on in the work, and how the researchers, I'm sure you would hear from them, they can interact and work with them later when they are delivering those products in terms of implementation. Next slide, please. And this is just a quick journey of how we captured those the work, ongoing work, which is the research competition winning projects. These are the booklets, and we come up with the code cards so that those who are very busy can simply see what is it in this report. So these are code cards. These are all available online. And we launched a website of ITU, Connect to Recover Research Competition. And of course, you saw the video, which is actually capturing those research impact stories that is making difference in the lives of people. Next slide, please. And this is just to capture the impact of the research which is made in all different regions. Very briefly, I spare you the pain by putting these 4 small bubbles. One is the biggest one, which is showing where those studies are targeted. So the green bubble in the center, the maximum research, as I mentioned, 12 research, they are focused in Africa. And the left-hand side, purple, you see they're coming from Arab state. And the blue one is from Asia Pacific. And then Americas, we also have a proposal, and I think research number 13, they have submitted their report as well. So it's a very diverse, extensive coverage globally. Next one. And just wanted to share what are the key lessons, what are the key things, or what are the key enablers, if I can summarize, although it is very hard, but to summarize, as on the left-hand side, you see basically the pillars that we used for researchers to consider is digital inclusion, as it has been highlighted repeatedly that we want to focus on inclusion of persons with disabilities, youth, women, children, and even indigenous communities in many countries, including Australia, Indonesia, and many countries. So that's the first pillar. Second one is the digital inclusion for job creation, how we can create opportunities for engagement so that they can create jobs, and also for vulnerable persons, for digital inclusion, and digital inclusion for health. And on the right-hand side, you see these are 4 key lessons, if I can quickly summarize. First is the need for digital resilient infrastructure and meaningful connectivity. That digital solutions require ubiquitous and reliable network where services are affordable and accessible to all. And the second conclusion is, in terms of need for innovations and technology, we must promote all the new solutions and technologies, because ideas can come from anywhere. So we wanted to capture those ideas and map them where the priority and the needs are there. And the third one is, because there are a lot of archaic policies and regulation, and our role is to make sure, since we work very closely with the policymakers and regulator, rather than coming on more and more regulations, first we look at where are the barriers. Can we remove some old archaic regulations? And I remember coming from my own country, India, there was still Telegraph Act 1885. Please give us a break. I can talk about my country. So you must actually try to, it might be relevant now, but I think we try to make it more vibrant, and they have done it now. So that's the third lesson. Finally, enhancement of the institutions and the human capacity. There's a lot of need to develop human capacity building, peer-to-peer learning, and the sessions so that people can learn and implement, rather than consultants can come, give the reports, and then we don't know how to use it. So these are 4 lessons. And here, next slide, if you can see the report that has been launched today. Thank you, and Rachel, ambassadors, and the ministers. These reports are available. And this first report on the left-hand side, this is an ITU publication. Believe me, the pains that the colleagues and the teams have gone through, but it was worth, because the reports that you see on the right hand side, all these reports are launched, are available on the website. We didn't print it for the impact on climate. We save the environment. But this one report will provide for busy executives, ministers, and ambassadors, what is the key one or two things that I can pick up from the report. So this is a summary of all 15 research findings, very precious. So now it is available in public domain. And if you go to the next slides, I'm just going to wrap up by saying that now we will be having 5 sessions. There are 15 research proposals. They are organized into, let's say, one vertical health. One of our colleagues would be moderating the sessions. You would hear the research findings, followed by session 2 on education. Again, a moderated interactive session. Next slide. Next session would be on job creation, followed by digital inclusion for vulnerable persons. And the 5th session, next slide, will be for digital connectivity. And what we do in order to wrap up, we invite one representative from each vertical, and then we open up for questions and what are the real problems, how they are going to convert their research into practical applications, how it can be implemented. And so, and Rachel would be concluding this thing. But I'm very happy to share with you, if I may, I don't know whether I'm allowed, but allow me to say and Rachel was telling that we are not interested only in report, although they are the basis, but we must implement for the people which they can use. One of the reports here, I think report number 4, if somebody can show their hand who are the authors of the report number 4. Yes, thank you very much. So in Kenya, that report is taking into the shape of implementation and pilots. So we are working with our partners. So this is to demonstrate that these reports are not just the report lying in the shelves, but actionable, implementable report for the benefit of people. And the last slide, just wanted to give you all the last slide, please. All the resources that we have for the Connect to Recover, so that you can use them, don't need to reinvent the wheel, and save the planet. With that, thank you very much, and over back to you, and Rachel. Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much, Samir, for a great presentation. And our next session is actually supposed to start at 12. Given that, we haven't moved since 10 a.m. from here, I was wondering if you would all agree to go on a short break, grab a coffee maybe, and come back. I think 20 minutes is more than enough. So, yes? By acclamation. Wonderful. Okay, so see you in 20 minutes here. Thank you very much. everywhere. So welcome again, and thanks for being with us today. I am now going to hand over to my colleague, Carolyn Gaju, to moderate the next session that you're going to have. And this is all going to be about digital inclusion in health. Caroline, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Anne Rochelle. My name is Caroline Gaju, and in this segment, I'll introduce you to the work of 4 of our research competition teams. The 4 research papers focus on how effective deployment and use of digital technologies can help address some of the health challenges faced by underserved communities and vulnerable persons in our communities. The recent experiences from the COVID-19 pandemic have shown the urgent need to strengthen the digital health ecosystem and leverage digital technologies to deliver more effective and reliable health services. The integration and scale-up of digital technologies in the health sector presents an opportunity to improve the quality, accessibility, and affordability of health services for all populations, including those in remote areas, to increase the resilience of the health systems and advance digital inclusion. During this session, we'll discuss the challenges in providing health services and propose solutions to ensure digital inclusion in health, and in particular for those in rural and remote areas. Our speakers are as follows. Our first presenter will be Dr. Ki-Hong Park, who is a research scientist at King Abdallah University of Science and Technology from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and whose research paper is on the network in a box to provide health services in remote areas. Dr. Park, you're most welcome. Our second presenter is Dr. Lasisi Salami Lawal, who is a senior research fellow from the Federal University of Technology in Mini, Nigeria, whose research paper is on telemedicine as a panacea to medical tourism in Africa, exploiting communications satellite technologies. Dr. Lawal, you're most welcome. Our third presenter will be Dr. Bennett Henry, who is a consultant and physician at A Medic from the Commonwealth of Dominica. Dr. Henry, you're most welcome. Our fourth presenter will be Dr. David Bucci, a senior lecturer at the Brunel University from the United Kingdom, and whose research paper will focus on digital health through telemedicine ecosystem against pandemics, epidemics, and natural disasters in sub-Saharan Africa. Dr. David, you're most welcome. Each presenter has 10 minutes to present their research work, and after all the presenters have made their presentations, a Q&A session will follow. And for our online participants, you can also type your questions in the chat. With that, let us start the first presentation with Dr. Park. Dr. Park, over to you, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Sorry. Thank you for introducing me. And hello, everyone. My name is Ki-Hong Park, working in King Abdullah University of Science and Technology. And I'm honored to present my work for the ITU connected to recover competition in this forum. And today I'm going to talk about the digital inclusion for health service in the remote area, titled on the network in a box that provide health services in remote areas. So the outline of my talk is following. First, I will introduce my research teammate, and the motivation and objective will be introduced, and research methodology to formulate and solve our research problem will be followed by the research finding and the interpretation. And finally, some representation will be addressed, and I will conclude the talk. Our research team includes two professors and me in two different universities in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and United Kingdoms. And principal investigator Mohammed Salim Aluni is the distinguished professor in electrical and computer engineering in KAUST. And he is particularly interested in addressing the technical challenges associated with the uneven distribution and use of information and communication technology in rural the disasters and hard to reach areas. And Professor Yun-Fei Chen is the leader in the School of Engineering in University of Warwick in UK, and he's paying attention to the challenging issue of the network in a box solution to solve the technical challenges against the digital divide. So network connectivity is the key enabler for the digital evolution in remote healthcare, the distance learning, and the smart agriculture in the remote and rural areas. And the network solution should serve the broadband service for the multimedia and Internet of Things data service for the sensing and disseminating for example, the health information in the telemedicine. But however, many of the rural and remote areas, many people are suffering from the insufficient network connectivity because of the average revenue per users due to the low income, low population, and the large coverage areas. So the cost-effective networking solution is required to cover the remote areas. So the network solution should be lightweight and portable to move according to the varying the network topology, and it is fast and easy to deploy for supporting the pop-up network on demand. Moreover, the network solution should be flexible to adapt the network and choose the supportive network such as Wi-Fi, the cellular and IoT network on purpose and interoperable with existing network infrastructures as partial network functions. So NIB standing for network in a box is a potential cost-effective networking solution, which is a single all-in-one portable device consisting of all software, firmware, and hardware modules at one device, supporting network functions for service provisioning and the backhauling in the network. So NIB can serve multiple access networks such as Wi-Fi, IoT, and cellular network, and it can be easily transported by the backpack and drone and the vehicle. So which means that this solution can be portable and easy to change the deployment according to the network demand. So with this sense, in this project, we optimize the deployment multi-NIB network for broadband and health IoT service in remote areas. So in order to deploy the multiple NIB, we first know how the network users are distributed in the coverage area. So the users in the remote area are sparsely populated, so we consider deterministic user distribution rather than the stochastic modeling. So we consider the clustered network model where the users are located at one of the clusters, such as a small village, and the user distribution at each cluster follows the Gaussian distribution. And we consider the data service for broadband data and IoT, health IoT data, and characteristics of two data are different, and therefore two different data model will be applied. The first, the broadband service is rate oriented without any consideration, so maximum data rate can be achieved by Shannon capacity, as shown in the red curve in the figures. On the other hand, the length of the health IoT data is very short, and maximum data rate can't be achieved. So as shown in the blue curve in these figures, the achievable data rate of the health IoT data is depending on the block length of the IoT data. So with this user distribution model and rate model, we maximize the total network throughput for both broadband service and health IoT service. And to maintain the quality of the health IoT data, we limit the tolerable delay and set the data rate requirement for the health IoT data for given block length and the network bandwidth. By solving this optimization, we can determine the location of the NIB to be deployed, and so association between the NIB and the user, and coding rate for IoT data. So we developed the iterative algorithm to provide the locally optimal solution to the optimization problems. And here is the example simulation result for 5 the user clusters and 4 NIB with under these simulation parameters in these tables. And as shown in the sub-figure on the top left, the iterative algorithm is where converges to the locally optimal values. And on the top right figures, we show the NIB deployment and association for clustered user distribution, and the multiple NIBs are well deployed to support the different user clusters respectively. And usually the NIB are deployed close to the broadband user cluster to maximize the total network throughput while maintaining the data rate requirement for the IoT data. So as shown in the figure at the bottom, the minimum data rate for the health IoT data is satisfied for all the user clusters. There are some recommendations considering in our research, and the proposed formulation and the algorithm can be further improved by considering the backhauling methods to connect to the external infrastructure, and due to the limited backhauling capacity in the remote areas, the satellite backhauling can be used as the example. And secondly, the localized data is likely to be processed at the local data center. So mobile edge computing, the caching can be implemented together to alleviate the network traffic load in remote areas. Third, the health IoT data is periodically collected from the IoT sensors, and too many the update of the IoT data in the network leads to the network traffic, the congestion, while reducing this update cause the outdated the value of the health information. So in order to evaluate the timelineliness of this health information, age of information can be evaluated for the performance metric of the health information. Furthermore, regarding the network, the reconfiguration coverage mapping, according to the varying network topology over time, with the changing user distribution and clustering, we can reconfigure the network with the transport mean due to the thanks to the mobility and portability of the NIB solutions. So as conclusion, in this project, we investigate the feasibility of NIB-based network optimization to support smart health IoT services in rural area. So we consider mathematical modeling of the user distribution and data model, formulate the network deployment problem, and found the proposed iterative solution. As a future work, we can consider the study on coexistence with a conventional cellular network and multi-purpose interoperability with the sensing, radar, and localization application.
Thank you very much, Dr. Park, for that presentation. And indeed, there will be an opportunity to learn more about the network in a box to provide health services in remote areas. We'll now move to our second presenter, who will be Dr. Lawal. Dr. Lawal, over to you, please.
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. Thank you very much. I want to appreciate the Connect to Recover initiative decks for this very wonderful forum for me to help probably find ways of adaptation and adoption of United Nations Sustainable Development Goal in Africa, which is just somewhat 8 years away from now. So how to fast track, meeting those goals. And of interest to us is, of course, health. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 3, which is health for all ages. The logo there, which is specifically for these research, is like finding a nexus between medicine, practice, the medical practitioner, and communications on the other hand, how to find nexus, how to bring about telemedicine. SDH means satellite for digital health in the health sector. And we feel that could help fast track with telemedicine. It could also help, could be finding solution to medical tourism, which is very prevalent in Africa, exploiting communication satellite technologies. Because when you look at the issue of unconnected people in the world, a large chunk of that number resides in Africa. Of course, we'll be looking at the research team cuts across people in the industry and academia. As a matter of fact, I'm in the industry and at the same time in the academia, trying to find nexus in terms of what is learned in the classroom and what goes out there in the industry. We have diverse group of people from the academia, from the industry, and of course from public sector too, who are actually in the policy making sector, which is quite key to what we're doing in trying to help develop not just regulations and standard, but of course framework for adoption and adaptation of telemedicine, in particular in teaching hospitals that actually produce young doctors for us. Some of them, when you talk about telemedicine, it's a new term to them. So finding a way to have this framework in their study curricula is also key, which is part of a recommendation. Quickly, because we truly don't have time, Nigeria in particular, healthcare sector struggles with brain drain and insufficient infrastructure. As a result of this, affluent Nigerians choose to receive medical treatment in more developed countries. Medical tourism costs Nigerian economy in the neighborhood of about 1.3 billion annually. Health service delivery is often poor to Nigerians who cannot afford to be treated abroad. So this research aimed to implement a robust network design to exploit the application of communication satellites to deliver broadband for telemedicine services in designated rural communities and internally displaced persons camps, which represent vulnerable people too as well. So also evaluate the acceptability, utility, and adoption of very small aperture terminal, customer premise equipment for delivery of satellite services, you get it, for internet, for telemedicine, delivering using a peer-to-peer mobile application, which is currently available in Google Free Store. Make recommendation as appropriate to relevant authorities and stakeholders on VSAT-based telemedicine research findings to drive digital health inclusion in Nigeria and Africa as a whole. Now, the research draws on mixed methodology, quantitatively and qualitatively, comprising of case studies, surveys covering interviews, and action research of deploying real pilot case study to help determine how adaptable is the mobile health application that we call one-to-one app with two versions for patients and doctors, ACE, in terms of applicability of satellite technology for telemedicine services. So, a total of, over the 6 months period, a total of 766 patients received medical attention using the Satellite for Digital Health Medical Outreach Program. 81.8% of patients and medical personnel who participated in our survey strongly agreed that the one-to-one mobile health application provided an acceptable way to deliver healthcare services and reduce medical tourism from rural areas to urban centers, including outside the shores. The one-to-one mHealth application software has been made available to Google Store free. Communication satellites network can deliver services in areas with little or no terrestrial mobile networks to fast-track UN SDG Goal 3 on health, but robust networks require taking into account equipment sizing at both ends, whether from the gateway, as represented by teleport of the satellite communication service provider, and the CPE at the end of the user, you get it, which of course you have professional tools for doing that, link budget analysis to help determine the aperture of the antenna that could actually take a dedicated bandwidth required from a star hub topology in delivering communication satellite end to end. Then of course, major challenges faced during the adoption of telemedicine in Nigeria are language barriers and low literacy levels, especially in underserved communities. Then of course, based on what we did too in IDP camps, we also identified poor sanitary health conditions, and inadequate health education in IDP camps has a major cause of prevailing health conditions at the camps. Accessibility to IDP camps is poorly regulated and poses security challenges to the inhabitants of the camp. Part of our research finding was actually production of 4 papers in conference proceedings and journals. We have one of the papers, Digital Health Inclusion, a pilot study of health services deployment using communication satellite for the underserved in Nigeria, submitted to International Journal for Telemedicine and Applications, still yet to receive feedback on that. Overview of satellite communications and its application in telemedicine for the underserved in Nigeria, just presented on the 17th November 2022 at Maldives virtually. It will be published in IEEE Explore. The third one was review of telemedicine and its potential in developing countries. It's been accepted and we presented on the 9th August 2022, Kuala Lumpur, virtually. It's also been rewritten in IET template, and we have signed IET assignment copyright for publication in IET Explore. And the last one, the fourth one, is internally displaced persons, IDPs in Abuja, an overview of health situation and solution, submitted and has been published with International Journal of Health, Safety and Environment on the 15th of October 2022. Now, recommendations. First, from government and policies maker, sensitizing the public stakeholders, health institutions, teaching hospitals, African Regional Office of World Health Organization benefits of adopting digital health, especially in university teaching hospitals and other related health organizations, to increase its acceptance rate and adoption in the country and continent at large. Framework and policies at local, state, national, and regional level are required to drive implementation. On the side of what we also discovered, the federal government of Nigeria needs to invest heavily in 4 key branches of medicine that accounts for 60% of medical tourism. And these are oncology, orthopedics, nephrology, and cardiology. Satellite-based solutions can be utilized also by the Emergency Management Agency and other emergency and disaster management agencies to deliver healthcare services to Nigerian citizens during disaster and emergency situation. In Nigeria recently, we had flood situation, eroding all of the terrestrial mobile infrastructure that you have, particularly in Lokoja, where you have the 2 rivers, River Niger and River Benue meeting. There was a gateway opened in Cameroon that eroded cities. Now, in such situation, you can actually utilize, mobile VSAT system to deliver, not just telemedicine services, communication services for people to find their loved ones, to even know where they are, beyond just offering food, mattresses that we've seen in the last 2 years. These are some of the recommendations we've also made to institutions. To foster inclusion of IDPs in health insurance schemes, which is available, a comprehensive database should be created for these citizens, along with other palliative measures. Yes, that's on the side of government policy makers. Then secondly, we also look at telemedicine researchers and software and hardware designer driving e-health facilities. The video call feature of the one-to-one mobile health application was essential for physical examination in telemedicine. So this feature is highly recommended for developers of telemedicine software. Telemedicine services, again, can only work with sufficient bandwidth to avoid jitter, to truly have true quality of experience. So this should be taken into account when designing a telemedicine network architecture. Language translation features should be incorporated in mobile health application to bridge the language and literacy gap in rural communities. Hardware designers should consider implementing e-health facilities with minimal power consumption for optimal usage of facilities using green power technologies. We're blessed with abundance of sunshine in Africa. So this could help complement the inadequacies of public means from public agencies supplying power. Yes, it is a very big issue in rural communities where you don't even find electricity. And of course, in conclusion, telemedicine serves as a means to transcend geography, time, social and cultural barriers to healthcare delivery in line with attainment of United Nations Development Goal 3. Mobile health applications with audio, video, and text capabilities can be leveraged to provide telemedicine services in both urban and rural locations using VSAT-based internet. Language barriers encountered during this project was resolved by employing support staff who are not only fluent in English, but also in the local languages of the communities visited. However, we are completing language translation features for the future telemedicine software, which is highly recommended and is part of our future activity, which is currently ongoing. We have made the one-to-one mobile healthcare application available on Google Play Store, underscoring the importance of digital mobile apps in telemedicine drive and adoption, and in particular, content creation, not just availability of internet access. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lawal, for highlighting the role of telemedicine and also drawing our attention to the need to strengthen the infrastructure to deliver and extend health services to all. We'll now move on to our third presenter, Dr. Henry. The floor is yours.
Yes, good afternoon. If I may be permitted to follow the protocol as established, I will continue. My project today is to demonstrate the use of telemedicine in the management of chronic diseases in small island developing states, since a case study in Dominica. Throughout my discussion, we will look at our research team. I will introduce the project and we will go through the research methodology, the research findings and the outcomes, recommendations, and conclusion. The research team. Let me say that the ITU, I would say, is one of our main team members. Without the ITU support and Connect to Recover support, this project would not be possible. So let me put them on the top of the list as one of our main team members. Myself, I am an ophthalmologist, medical practitioner as well. I work with the AMedic Inc. Let me say that Ms. Loda, she was the project manager. Believe it or not, putting together such a project, it requires the support of administrative support and all hands on deck. We also had members of the One Good Deed Foundation, which is a not-for-profit organization. They too played a significant role in the project. We had from Optifarm Eye Center as well, we had members of the All Saints University, mainly with statisticians. We had students who helped us put together the data and to ensure everything went well. Dominica is an island, it's called a nature island in the Caribbean. We are not exempt from suffering from health issues. We have had to deal with problems of hurricanes, climate change, and the problem of COVID-19. Many patients could not access the emergency rooms because of the high contagious nature of COVID-19, because so they had to, they suffered many complications because they were not able to access the health facilities. So CARICOM in 2001 decided that the health of a region is the wealth of a region. So also that was supported by the World Health Organization, who recognized that the problems that were being affecting these countries. So what we saw was that there was long waiting times to see a physician. Me being an ophthalmologist, I saw many patients, for example, coming to my clinic who are going blind because of complications of diabetes. All right, this is a preventable blindness. And that was a serious problem. The cost, right, of healthcare. Believe it or not, it cost us, You know, from the time you hit in there, then you have another test. There were several protocols with regards to accessing the facilities. So all of these are challenges and complications that we had to face. So of course, we looked at many countries try taxing these foods which accelerate chronic diseases, lifestyle changes, dietary changes, exercise. So we saw telemedicine as being able to afford support because there was a reduced waiting time when you use telemedicine. It was affordable, it was accessible, and the potential to document the records. And that many times the patient looks for the records and they have to wait 6 months to get a report. But if it is digitalized, you just print it out and just email it and you could get it. So all of this telemedicine supported the Sustainable Development Goals. So the objective, like I said before, was supported by the ITU, and I will mention them again, to demonstrate the importance of telemedicine in the management of diabetes and hypertension, making healthcare more accessible and affordable in small island developing states. In terms of the research methodology, the research was a randomized controlled intervention study of 2 diagnostic groups, diabetics and hypertensive patients. So we classified them into subgroups: patients who had diabetes, patients who had hypertension, patients who had both illnesses, diabetes and hypertension, and a control group. So of course there were inclusion and exclusion criteria. These patients could not have been in an acute stage, it could not have been complicated in order for us to accept them into the project. They were educated on telemedicine. They were also educated on diabetes and hypertension. Consent was sought from them in order to conduct the studies. We also sought approvals from the Medical Board Ethics Committee of Dominica. And so then we went on to do the consultations, 3 consultations. So the study consisted of a heterogeneous mixture, including indigenous groups, 25% of youth, 52% of middle-aged, and 22% of geriatric patients. And if you note there, females, 79% participated, and only 21% of the males. So of course, the males are already running away from being healthy. So we did the anthropometric measurements, blood pressure, blood sugar, connectivity, and overall patient satisfaction for the use of the technology was analyzed. So what we sought to do was to find out from each one of these groups whether they were satisfied with the telemedicine. And unanimously, patients were satisfied with the use of telemedicine because of all the advantages we spoke about, how it was affordable to them, and they had waiting times that were very extended waiting times. Sometimes it was 6 months. And because of that, they were able to see a physician online. They were able to see a specialist consultation. And not only that, but the availability of cell phones. Not everybody had a cell phone, but most persons who had a digital device was able to be satisfied with the service for telemedicine. And also, what we found that patients, if you lived 5 minutes from the hospital, or you lived an hour, 2 hours from the hospital, you had no advantage over the other because the consultation was online. So not because the person lived in town that they could have said. So that was part of the research finding. So as part of our recommendations, we saw the need to upgrade the broadband services, right, for improved connectivity of telemedicine services and incorporate satellites and GPS services. Many times with the hurricanes, you have your networks, totally destroyed, and then you have to be able to support that system. We see the problem with fuel prices raising, the power outages. You have all of these things, so we need to upgrade that. And many times we try to assist, but sometimes perjury larceny, if you use solar, somebody takes the solar devices. So, these are some of the challenges. So there must be a need to increase accessibility and availability of e-health medical devices. What we found was that if the patients had access to a device where we could get the data at their home, they have a blood pressure kit at their home, or an SpO2 machine at their home, that information could be uploaded on the network, and we were able to take decisions based on that. There must be a greater public-private partnership. Many times you hear they say that you have 10,000 persons that are ill, but there's gross underreporting because the government system has their statistics, but they do not sometimes get statistics from the private sector. So there's gross underreporting for that. So there's a need to increase advocacy and education in telemedicine. In conclusion, we saw that telemedicine was an effective medium in the management of chronic diseases in small island developing states, especially during the COVID pandemic. We also saw that the digitalization of health care optimized and aided the response in diagnosis of the disease and monitoring. We saw that overall, patients were satisfied with the use of telemedicine in managing their disease. But of course, with every good, there are some limitations to the technology, of course. We saw that there was inadequate connectivity in certain areas. Dominica is highly mountainous, so sometimes you connected and then you're waiting to reconnect, and so you have this. So we also saw that there was a lack of medical monitoring devices in the homes. So we need to get devices into the homes of the older persons. And inadequate education on telemedicine services, on chronic disease management. Sometimes there were distractions. Sometimes you on a call with your physician and your child passing at the back or some. So, and of course there was some privacy issues. Although we use a HIPAA certified network, there's still some privacy issues that need to be addressed with this. And of course, there's cultural taboo. Certain persons who said, they prefer a rub, than being online. So we had to deal with this. So we're saying that we're hoping that we can get greater collaboration with other organizations to partner to push this technology, because I think that there's a lot of opportunity in telemedicine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Henry, for again sharing the key role that telemedicine plays in advancing digital health, and really appreciate the statement that you opened with: the health of the region is the wealth of the region. We also saw the need for availability and access to devices, increased advocacy, increased connectivity, and some other issues regarding privacy and how best we can address those. Thank you very much, and we'll now move to our fourth presenter, Dr. David. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, okay. All right, so thanks once again. My presentation is on the topic improving resilience in developing countries, digital health provision through telemedicine ecosystem against pandemics, epidemics, and natural disasters in sub-Saharan Africa. Let me just say that the presentation will follow this outline. The research team will be introduced, the introduction of the research, the research methodology, research findings and outcomes, some recommendations and conclusions will be made. Now, the research team is very multidisciplinary. It's made of Edward Siedu, University of Ghana, a development economist, myself, a sustainability expert from Brunel University, with a Chen, who is an innovation expert in health sectors, and then Shango from Sweden, who is also a computer IT expert. Now, I must say that the global health shocks, including the COVID-19, have become, rampant in the past decades, and the socioeconomic consequences of such events have been more dire in developing countries, considering the fact that in developing countries there are issues relating to infrastructure, issues relating to finance constraints, etc. So it really impacted on developing countries. And we've been arguing that a telemedicine ecosystem can be leveraged to expand health services through particularly making sure that the vulnerable in society are actually given access to such type of technologies. And we actually aim at examining the state of telemedicine ecosystem in sub-Saharan Africa, and then also assess the challenges with digital health provision with relevant stakeholders during and post the COVID-19 pandemic from vulnerable groups' perspective. And then also to carry out in-depth review of secondary data and exploratory approaches in sub-Saharan Africa broadly, and Ghana to be specific. Fourth, to actually undertake deep dive studies on the utilization of telemedicine and digital health to improve resilience to pandemic events, and also to make sure that it can also be used to improve issues relating to natural disasters. And then fifth, to propose some recommendations to develop a telemedicine ecosystem to enable better use of digital health provision in sub-Saharan Africa. The research was done in 4 phases. So the first phase basically looked at selection of the location for the research, and then we moved on secondly to actually get the sampling framework right, and then also design the survey instruments, and then also making sure that we train enumerators and pre-test our survey instruments. And then with that, we were able to conduct some key stakeholder interviews, organize some workshops and focus group interviews, and then also some focus group interactions to make sure that we get a first-hand understanding of exactly what it is with regards to the state of the telemedicine ecosystem in Ghana. Fourth, once we were able to collect the data, we happened to transcribe it and then also clean the data, making sure that we are able to analyze the data and then make some observations for workshops and then also dissemination activities. Now, the key stakeholders in this particular research are people from different backgrounds, but mainly in the healthcare sector. So we are looking at, in Ghana, the National Health Insurance Authority, which is the main organization responsible for health insurance in Ghana at the state level. So we actually contacted experts in that particular institution. Also, Ministry of Health experts were also considered, Ministry of Communication, and then the Ghana Health Service. And then also the private sector, where the telcos are present, and also healthcare NGOs are also present in there, we're also considering. We also identify some vulnerable communities where we've already conducted some stakeholder engagement activities there. So those particular group of people were also considered. And then also we went further to identify the vulnerable groups in remote communities where we think that telemedicine can be the game changer for them. So we went down there to actually identify them. Now, the slide looks very tiny. So I must say that I can still go ahead. We had 2 broad categories when it came to our research findings. The first is the research finding, which actually looked at the objectives of the research, And then also, the second category was on the areas or the aspects of the research that we think that, well, pertaining to the objectives, we actually did not, consider them, but we found them very useful. So we were able to, pick those aspects as well. So those were areas that we considered. Now, with the objectives, we had some broad themes that we considered. The first theme was on the issue of the state of the telemedicine ecosystem in Ghana. Now, with that, we observed that the telemedicine ecosystem is at the nascent stage, but very promising in the sense that there is that interconnectivity at the district level, and to the extent that it is moving even to the urban communities. So it was something that is worth considering. And then also, we observed that there is that diffusion of telemedicine in the urban, peri-urban communities. There is more room for improvement when it comes to those in rural communities. And this is mainly because of, the voice notes, the video calls, etc. that, over the years, software technologies have been able to develop to be able to get these things through. And what interactions with some community members in remote communities show very clearly that without telemedicine, they wouldn't have known much about the COVID-19 pandemic. And so it was something that, the community members actually were appreciative of. And one thing that I think was the success factor in this case is the fact that there is that penetration, obviously, in these urban, peri-urban communities. And then also there is that trust, the fact that when information is being communicated from the health professional through a digital system to the recipient in the remote community, that particular individual and that vulnerable society believes that the information is positive and it is good. And so this is something that came out very clearly in the work. And then also the convenience that you are in the house and you're able to get information was something that is worth, considering. Now, there are challenges in the sector, and the fact that there is poor network connectivity, and I think during the introduction section, it was made mention. The fact that, the poor network as a result of road and telecommunication, where you will find out that during road constructions in these rural communities, there is a lot of destruction of telecommunication cables, etc. And this actually affects connectivity and makes it very expensive for the telcos to actually invest in these communities. And then also the fact that there is low literacy with regards to ICT in these rural communities. And then also for the professionals, not many of them actually understand how to administer healthcare services via the digital means. And so some of these things also came up because you see people who actually have the expertise with regards to IT, know how to communicate with IT, but when it comes to communicating from a health perspective, it became very difficult to do. I must say that the other aspect that we identified is the need to upskill telemedicine in rural communities, because once it is done, issues relating to OPD consultations, for instance, emergency issues, etc., all of these issues will actually be addressed effectively. There are tropical diseases that with telemedicine, perhaps better sensitization and education can actually be given to make sure that these things are done. Now, in conclusion, we say that telemedicine is an efficient tool for the delivery of healthcare, especially in marginalized communities, and this should actually be integrated into the healthcare system in Ghana, and also to supplement the quality of service delivery in the country. We actually encourage collaboration between healthcare policymakers and academia to actually, develop a telemedicine policy that perhaps may be useful, will serve as a guide for administering telemedicine. The upskill aspect is also very key. ICT clinics can be a measure, a tool that can be used in upscaling. And then also sensitization on the need to mainstream telemedicine into healthcare delivery system. The government must also consult and then also design and implement appropriate training modules on telemedicine to build capacity amongst healthcare professionals. The next step, we think that data governance models and their importance in telemedicine cannot be emphasized. It is really important to look at that. And this must be coupled with the ethical implications of telemedicine in Africa. The need to also investigate and develop strategies, skills, and capacity required to actually upskill telemedicine in Africa is also very pertinent in this regard. And so artificial intelligence, big data, for instance, can be actually leveraged to actually predict healthcare issues and then also encourage resource allocation in the healthcare sector. There are good practices elsewhere, for instance, United Kingdom, Sweden, etc., that perhaps Africans can actually learn from. And so the need to actually investigate some of these good practices and see how they can be appropriated in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. David. Indeed, you've highlighted some key areas, but I would like to start with the sharing of good practices, the sharing of success factors, what has worked, what hasn't worked, so that we can learn from these experiences from the different countries and the different contexts. You also highlight the need to use the different types of digital technology like AI in terms of scaling up, in terms of facilitating this kind of telemedicine approach that we're trying to emphasize to facilitate extending and delivering resilient health systems for everyone and to all populations. We're running out of time, but would like to open the floor in case there are questions. There's time for 2 or 3 questions. And in case our participants who are online, if there are any questions, please feel free again to put them in the chat. But in case there's a question in the room, the floor is open. Please go ahead. Yes, please go ahead.
Merci madame. Je veux m'excuser auprès de l'ensemble des participants. Je suis Jonas Cyril Djondé, venant de la Côte d'Ivoire. Et ici, je représente Monsieur le ministre Amadou Koulibaly, ministre de la Communication et de l'économie numérique en Côte d'Ivoire, dans la région ouest africaine. Et nous sommes une délégation de 5 personnes. J'ai bien aimé l'ensemble des présentations et on souhaiterait vous dire infiniment merci d'avoir invité la Côte d'Ivoire à ce forum. Je souhaiterais, par votre biais, revenir sur une question d'ordre général. Premièrement, avant de rentrer dans 2 ou 3 questions spécifiques. La première, j'ai vu dans la cartographie des études sélectionnées qu'il y avait beaucoup d'études, mais je n'ai pas vu des études en lien direct avec l'alphabétisation, puisque je constate que l'ensemble des pays africains, plus ou moins, en grande majorité, ont des problèmes d'alphabétisation en milieu rural, et ce qui empêche très souvent l'adoption de nouvelles technologies, puisque de plus en plus nous parlons d'alphabétisation numérique. Est-ce que c'est faire exprès du fait qu'il n'y ait pas dans la cartographie des études sélectionnées des études en lien avec l'analyse de l'adoption des outils technologiques en lien direct avec les compétences numériques des populations? Deuxième point qui concerne essentiellement la Côte d'Ivoire, on a besoin de retourner aussi avec une réponse. C'est que j'ai vu dans la cartographie qu'il n'y a pas eu de réponse venant de la Côte d'Ivoire. Est-ce que c'est parce que lorsque vous lancez cette étude, il n'y a pas eu de soumission, ou bien le ministère n'a pas reçu de documents relativement au dossier d'appel à candidature pour cette étude-là? Ça, c'était les 2 premières questions d'ordre général. Rapidement, pour l'ensemble des études, j'ai vraiment très bien apprécié, puisque ça concerne un peu notre pays. nous avons la volonté de lancer une inclusion sociale, mais surtout, nous sommes actuellement en approche de la couverture maladie universelle qui, après 5 ans, est en train d'être externalisée, développée en Côte d'Ivoire. Ma question, c'est est-ce que dans l'ensemble des études, et ça concerne toutes les équipes de chercheurs ici présentes, vous avez introduit une variable intermédiaire qui est l'analyse des compétences numériques des cibles? Parce que j'ai vu qu'il y a eu beaucoup d'analyses relativement à l'infrastructure, relativement à l'accessibilité, mais est-ce qu'on a eu à apprécier le niveau de compétences numériques des cibles, qui peut être un facteur de succès ou un facteur négatif dans l'adoption de la technologie? Et ma dernière question concerne la satisfaction de l'utilisation de la télémédecine, qui en est ressortie pour l'ensemble des études. Je souhaiterais connaître exactement les critères de satisfaction. Est-ce que c'est l'accessibilité, c'est le coût, c'est la guérison du patient? Est-ce que le fait d'avoir utilisé la médecine, il se sent beaucoup plus apte à être en bonne santé plus rapidement? Donc, les critères de satisfaction, c'est important. Ça nous permet après de mieux apprécier le déploiement de l'outil et de mieux le vulgariser. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, the delegate from Ivory Coast, and we really appreciate your participation and being here with us today. I would like to call upon one of our presenters who will take some of the questions that you have presented. Dr. Lawal, would you like to go first, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, for those questions. But let me say this. To be honest with you, I was challenged with 10 minutes to actually present all of the work we've done. We are comprised of about 13. Like I said earlier, with contributions from United Kingdom, from USA, Yale School of Medicine, from University of Brighton, and of course from Nigeria, then of course from the industry. And we produced a lot of 4 papers. Some of the things you've mentioned here, actually in the 4 papers, we have published already. But let me say something that we realized as part of our outcome in this research project. You see, you need broadband penetration to start with, and also education. Then we realize when you have broadband penetration to rural areas, you are addressing United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 4. Talks about quality education. You get a quality education through education, helps e-education, helps address issues of illiteracy. Because part of the challenge we encountered in the field was illiteracy. Illiteracy to even understand what COVID is all about. Illiteracy to even understand how to prevent preventable diseases. Illiteracy from the fact that you need to, what it is to like even cover yourself with masks and all of that. We saw all of these challenges. But for us, like I said, our papers have been published with the approval of ITU, and you could see in all of those we captured. And one more important thing that we also saw aside the issue of illiteracy was also, and illiteracy education of the populace, is issue of power. You get it? Aside even urban areas, you have rural areas that do not have any form of civilization other than, having to move there with mobile, a truck, you get it, with our VSAT system. Now, in the first case, we're using Kilometer Flat Panel U7 terminal, where we had to deploy a 5 kVA inverter solution to the battery system. So from battery, you have an inverter using 24-volt DC that, brings about AC. Then in the internal hardware equipment, in the BUCs and all of that, it is at the same time converting AC to DC again. For us, this was needless. As part of our feedback and all of that, Kilometer also rolled out concurrently the U8 terminal. In the U8 terminal, the iDirect BUC system was inbuilt with DC provisions. So you don't even need inverter anymore. 5 kVA inverter, 5 kVA inverter goes for over $1,000. So from the DC of your mobile car, you can power your telemedicine equipment at an affordable rate. So that was why we recommended issue of, hardware designers to put into consideration issue of utilization of green power, because these rural areas we're trying to address with e-health facility or satellite for digital health do not have power solutions. So let's find a cost-effective way of making power available. I think this is very key to us, that look, either internally as a researcher, you convert what you buy from AC to DC to avoid the use of inverter, or we make recommendations again to suppliers of e-health telemedicine facilities as captured in our outcome, that we should produce equipment that are power friendly. You get it, particularly for rural areas, not in the urban area where you have, so in fact, inadequacy of power, just as represented in developing nations, like also my nation. Sorry to say, power issue is still a very big issue, which is also part of sustainable development goal and all of that. Thank you very much, sir. A lot of our recommendations, a lot that we can talk about within 10 minutes is too small for us to showcase all that we do. But part of those outcomes has been shared in about 4 journal paper publications and conference proceedings. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lawal. We shall be closing our session shortly because we're running out of time. But most importantly, would like to remind all of us that our presenters are still with us in the room. So if there are more questions, if there's need for more clarification, please reach out at any time, and this information will be shared with everyone. I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and we'll now close this session and take a lunch break, and we'll be back in an hour's time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Join me in also thanking Caroline for excellent moderation. Caroline, thank you.
Si dans l'étude, ils ont introduit une variable secondaire qui permet d'étudier le niveau de compétence, en fait, de compétence de base numérique des individus. Oui, c'est pas juste sa réponse, parce qu'il a étudié déjà 700 personnes. Tu comprends, non? Moi, je veux savoir les 700 personnes là. Quand ils disent qu'ils sont satisfaits de la télémédecine, quel est le niveau de compétence? Non, je n'ai pas demandé le préalable à l'utilisation. Voilà. Sinon, je n'ai pas demandé le préalable. Voilà. C'est ça. Ils vont répondre. Parce que voilà, ça n'a pas besoin de tout ça. Ce qui intéresse le ministre actuellement, c'est l'activité du ministre qui estime que le niveau de saturation de maturité digitale est lié à l'alphabétisation numérique ou à l'alphabétisation. Tu comprends, non? Donc, comment trouver des projets dans tous les secteurs d'activité qui impactent le niveau d'alphabétisation numérique des individus? Si quelqu'un ne sait pas maîtriser, bonjour. De la délégation de la Ah, bonjour, enchanté. Bonjour, enchanté. On arrive. Délégation de la Côte d'Ivoire. On arrive avec vos bagages. Bon, il n'a pas vous fournir ma question.
Hello? Hello? I think this one works. Some works. Some work. Okay.
Can start. Hello, Cosmos. Can we test your video, please? This is Samir from the venue, or Christine is there on your behalf, kindly. Hello. Yes, Cosmos, we can see your video. Very good to see. But can I ask my team here to kindly check the audio also? I'm not able to hear. Team? Can you increase the volume, please? Can you speak, Cosmos? Yes, very well, very well. So, yes, give us a second, Cosmos. So maybe if people are returning after lunch, and I think in the interest of time, and also I note that you have to go somewhere. So let me welcome back colleagues and friends after lunch. I hope you enjoyed a good lunch. The morning session was very exciting, and I apologize, there were very less seats, so people were standing there, which shows perhaps they have a lot of interest in our session. So very grateful for the patience and understanding. And in this afternoon session, before we start thematic session number 2 on digital inclusion and education, we have the pleasure and privilege to have our colleague, Dr. Cosmos Zavazava. He is the Chief Partnership of Digital Development, and he's also Director, Telecommunications Development Bureau elect, for sharing his remark. Suffice to say, in the morning when I introduced Dr. Zavazava, apart from the Chief and Director BDT elect, he was also the member of the jury of Connect to Recover. So without further ado, Dr. Zavazava, the floor is yours to share your remarks. Thank you. Dr. Zawazawa, thank you very much for your inspiring remark. And today we saw the launch of all the reports that you finalized as a jury member and also as a chief from the project. We appreciate your support and we look forward to your continued support in implementation of those reports. So with that, can I now pass on the floor for the next session, which is session on digital inclusion. Very interactive session, I believe, very exciting proposals that have been put forward, and I have pleasure and honor to pass the floor to our colleague and partner from Huawei, Dr. Rennie. Floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Samir. Thank you to all the colleagues at ITU and the great team at Huawei and supporting this research competition. I think it was a great journey for all of us, and we were really taken by, well, not by surprise, but we were really, positively impacted on every step of the way by the dedication of the ITU team to this project. And so let me thank you again for your great support. And I would also like to take the opportunity to thank the researchers who have made their way here to Addis today to present their excellent papers with some key results here to our panel, because I think this afternoon session is really where we're getting sort of into the specifics of the content of the individual research reports, and can share and hopefully discuss afterwards the recommendations and how we can take this forward, also with the help of Huawei. So it is my pleasure to welcome here today 3 speakers representing 3 of the project teams. It's Mr. Michael Canaras, strategy advisor from the Philippines. And it's Mr. Hassan Mohamed Yakubu from the School of Architecture, Planning and Design at Mohammed VI Polytechnic University in Morocco. And last but not least, it's Dr. Wondvosen Mulualem Beene, freelance researcher at Havasa University in Ethiopia here. They all will present on the topic of education and how digital inclusion can foster a better environment for that. And I think we have all learned over the past years that this is one area where digital connectivity and the ability to access education remotely is really paramount for the development of nations and of societies. And before we get started, let me make a quick remark with conscience to time. We'll give the presenters 10 minutes each, and we'll give them a short signal after 7 minutes, so when 3 minutes are left, and when 1 minute is left, through my colleague Andy here sitting just across from me, so you can see him. And well, with that, no further ado, I would give the floor to Michael Canaras. Please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Michael Canaras. I am from the Philippines. I am making this presentation on making higher education truly inclusive. And at the outset, I would like to thank ITU for the tremendous work in shepherding the researchers and also in making sure to complete our outputs on time. So in terms of presentation outline, we will do the same thing as what we did today, this morning. We'll introduce the research team, do some introductions, discuss a little bit of research methodology, discuss the research findings and outcomes, recommendations and conclusions as well. We also have a dedicated website for this research that's there. It's inclusive-higher-ed.com. And several of the experiences that we have that we underwent as we conducted the research are also presented there. I am the one conducting this research together with Francois Van Schouwijk from the Center for Research on Evaluation, Science and Technology at Stellenbosch University in Africa. Both Francois and I have worked tremendously on the topics of digital inclusion. Our recent paper was published in an edited volume on open data and inclusive development. And this research project is actually an offshoot of that. So we know for a fact that during the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of the countries were actually forced into using technology to deliver higher education. So the focus of this paper is actually on higher education, and we would like to see whether or not the use of digital technology has actually enabled a more inclusive process of education. Why? Because there is the presumption that, you know, if you are able to do ICT-enabled education, you will have farther reach. You can reach people that are not even within classrooms, like what we're doing now. While we are presenting here, others are actually participating remotely. And somehow there's a theoretical assumption that you can make education more inclusive with the use of technology. So there are three topics that we would like to that we wanted to cover in this paper. The first question that we would like to do is, what is the response of higher education institutions during the pandemic? So what was the response of higher education during the pandemic? The second question that we would like to see is, for example, with the current response to higher education, with the use of technology in higher education, has it made delivery of higher education much, much more inclusive? And the third question is, what are the implications of this in the delivery of higher education in the future? Will it actually make us move towards more tech-enabled education delivery? In terms of research methodology, we actually made use of a case study approach, because case studies, as you know, have the greatest potential to reveal social technical complexities that are at play in creating inclusive network systems. There are three countries that we selected for this study. We have Philippines and South Africa, primarily because of the reason that both of us as researchers are in these countries, but at the same time also because South Africa was considered the most highly unequal society across globally, I think, in the 2019 study of World Bank. And the second one is that the Philippines is also the most unequal society across Southeast Asia. And then we also have seen that there's a growing inequality in both countries, and also the expectations of what education can do to contribute to national development. Australia was selected because it presents a more developed and less unequal society. So if you look at OECD ranking for Gini inequality coefficients, for example, Australia seemed to be at a better end as compared to the other English-speaking countries. So we also have seen Australia to have a lot of papers published during this period on on education delivery in COVID-19 situations. So we selected Australia as a goal or as a point of reference on how Philippines and South Africa could potentially learn from their experience. So I'll go directly to research findings and conclusion. As what was mentioned in the morning by our presenter, this is a 50-page paper that we're trying to actually shrink into a 10-minute presentation. So I would just like to focus on things that we're seeing, for example. So in South Africa, what we've seen is that neither technology nor open resources necessarily led to the anticipated democratization effects. So almost half of the students surveyed, for example, reported difficulties completing assignments or participating in online discussions due to lack of access to computer equipment or an internet connection. As campuses closed and universities pivoted to emergency online teaching, it became apparent that some students either lacked computers or could not afford the data costs to access online resources and teaching platforms. The biggest obstacles to students' engagement with remote learning were network connectivity, data, not having the appropriate devices for studying, and so on. But we have to take note that the capacity to adapt, however, is not only a challenge among students. In the Philippines, for example, most teachers had intermediate computer competency but had no training in online teaching. Despite the drive towards blended learning in the past 20 years, only a few educational institutions have implemented it. Because of weaknesses in technological infrastructure, private universities that are better resourced have the advantage of devising systems and procedures to make flexible learning more adaptive to student needs. The interesting case about South Africa and the Philippines is that in South Africa, it's largely public provision. In the Philippines, education provision is largely private. Okay, in Australia, we've seen, for example, that there's not much inequality, but what we saw in the study was that there was perilous position of international students stranded in Australia due to international travel ban, and the government response seemed to be unsympathetic. And what we're seeing is that how Australian universities will reinvent themselves in response to the decline in international students, including the pivot to online and hybrid modes of teaching to maintain or possibly increase delivery to remotely located international students will become a challenge. Okay, so in terms of recommendations, sorry, I jumped too quickly. We're having 4 major areas of recommendation. It's on ICT infrastructure and access, on learning pedagogy, on teaching competencies, and target education support. So for ICT infrastructure and access, in a context where access to technology, not only to the internet but also to devices, government should strengthen broadband infrastructure on one hand and access to learning devices on the other. On learning pedagogy, from a pedagogy perspective, there's a need to formulate policies and programs that transition teaching, learning, and assessment from a highly collectivized and traditional system to one that allows individual learning journeys aided by technology. For teaching competencies, the increased use and reliance on digital technologies in education during the pandemic has highlighted the capacity deficiencies on the part of teaching staff. The competency framework for higher education teachers should include using digital technology to design, deliver, and assess teaching and learning outcomes. And finally, for targeted education support, higher education policies and programs should provide target education support to institutional providers, teachers, and students based on income or deprivation levels. To conclude, there are 3 things that we would like to emphasize here. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown that the rapid deployment of the technologies by various stakeholders is possible. Theoretically, the availability of technologies to a broader segment of the population should have resulted to greater inclusion. However, the evidence provided in this report shows that without capabilities, many of which are non-material, do not relate to technical skills or access alone, and without the acknowledgement of the social dynamics of systems and networks, parts of the population will always remain included. So I'll stop there, and thank you very much.
Inclusion in African cities and regions, policy frameworks for digital resiliency in education for a better COVID-19 recovery. So just as my colleague who has finished, I will be following this outline. So I'll begin by doing a brief presentation of the project team, an introduction of the research project, research methodology, the research findings and outcomes, some recommendations, and then conclusions. So to begin with, our research team, as you can see on the slide, is comprised of researchers from UN Habitat and the School of Architecture, Planning and Design, Mohammed VI Polytechnic University. So it's comprising of architects and urban planners who work on a wide range of issues relating to ICT in the city, relating to urban planning, education, and a whole lot of other challenges that affect people at the level of the city and regions. So to begin with, I would say our project, as I mentioned, entitled Promoting Digital Inclusion in African Cities, sought to kind of assess the digital divide that was experienced by teachers and learners in 2 main African cities. That is Nairobi in Kenya, and then a smaller city, Benghazi in Morocco. So we sought to understand the digital divide that was experienced at the level of cities and regions. And then from then, once we are able to understand the digital divide that was experienced, we sought to identify best practices that could be identified at the level of the continent. And from then on, we could, from that, propose policy frameworks of recommendations and key actions that could help in situations of pandemics. So concerning the research methodology that we adopted, we used a multiple case study approach whereby we looked at the emergency remote education that was deployed in these 2 main cities, And then we targeted schools in these cities as well as low-income communities. So for each city, for instance, the city of Nairobi in Kenya, we looked at a low-income community where we investigated the digital divide that was experienced by students in this city. And then we selected a couple of schools comprising of primary, secondary, and higher education institutions where we interviewed, we explored the digital divide that was experienced by teachers and mostly headmasters as well, in order to really understand the digital divide that was experienced during the pandemic. And from then on, once we were able to understand the digital divide in education that was experienced, we could easily propose recommendations, solutions that would help in cases of pandemics moving forward. So as you could see on the slide for our research methodology, the first objective, as I said, was to assess the digital divide. So we targeted teachers in schools and then students in low-income communities. Then in order to look at best practices, inspiring best practices on the level of the continent, we launched a call for applications, a call for contributions, where we received quite a number of interesting approaches that were used in bridging the digital divide that was experienced by teachers and learners in Africa. So from our research, we had very interesting findings and outcomes from what we did in each of these cities. So in general, as you could see on the slide, we got to realize that in terms of familiarity with privacy and cybersecurity issues, we realized that in both cities there was not much familiarity. Both teachers and learners weren't very familiar with issues of cybersecurity. In terms of, for instance, the affordability of internet connectivity, we realized that, for instance, in Nairobi, a household had a mean spend of about $12.45 US. That's about 1,500 Kenyan shillings per month on internet connectivity. In Nairobi, in Benghazi, the city in Morocco, for instance, we realized that 70% of the households had students partaking in emergency remote education. And that meant that, for instance, they spent about 1 to 2 hours on average in accessing emergency remote education. We also realized that, for instance, the number of platforms, the common platforms that were used in emergency remote education were Facebook, YouTube, and WhatsApp. Facebook and YouTube to share videos, and WhatsApp to communicate between teachers and learners. We also realized, for instance, educational authorities had limited resources. They had limited resources in terms of helping their students to connect to these kind of platforms and videos. Some of the challenges that we also observed were that students were not really abreast with learning online. They were not really familiar with learning online because there was this abrupt switch from learning physically in classrooms to learning online. So it was quite a challenge in adapting to that mode of learning online. And the same challenge was also experienced by teachers as well, in that yes, they were used to teaching students, but then in terms of teaching online, it's a whole new dynamic. So they had to really adapt to teaching online. So from our research, some of the recommendations that we were able to arrive at in terms of helping bridge the digital divide in education moving forward, we realized that we should adopt a people-centered approach, an approach where we look at people, that is educators and learners, as the key to bridging the digital divide. We shouldn't look at the digital devices per se, but then we should look at people. People are at the center of education, so we should look at how the key challenges that students and teachers face in emergency remote education situations, so that we could really tackle these challenges. Also, some of the other recommendations that we observed were that we should broaden internet connectivity to both households and teachers. We should broaden internet connectivity to both households and then to schools as well. We should establish partnerships between private sector, government, and local authorities in order to provide wider connectivity in terms of education. We should prioritize local tools that are quite context specific, so that they'll easily respond to contextual specificities in African regions and cities. So to conclude, two of the main key things that we identified in our research was that context is very important in any assessment of digital divide, especially in terms of education. We should understand context specificities, that is in terms of issues of connectivity, issues of literacy. They should be key in identifying the digital divide in order to propose solutions. And then that means that we should really partner with local government in order to be able to address challenges in terms of rolling out emergency remote education in situations of pandemics. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much. And now we're moving on to a research paper dealing directly with the inclusion or digital inclusion in higher education here in the Ethiopian context. I would like to welcome Dr. Vondvosen Mulualem Beyene to the floor. Thank you.
The slide there. The slide. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Wondosen. The topic of the research paper I'm presenting is Determinants of Digital Inclusion in Higher Education, Exploring the Ethiopian Context. Which one is? Okay. No. Maybe somebody can help me to navigate with this one. Okay. So this is how the presentation is organized. First, I introduce the research team, followed by a brief introduction of the research. Then I explain briefly the methodology used in the research. And I will be presenting some of the issues explored in our paper, and then there will be some recommendations. This is the team. My name is Wondosen. I work as a freelance researcher, collaborating with Hawassa University. My specialization is in digital accessibility and inclusion. My friend, Dr. Abraham, is a Dean of College of Education at Hawassa University, and our friend Samson is a lecturer of communication engineering at the same university. So this is the setup of the team. Why digital inclusion? Why this research? It's because ICTs help the fulfillment of SDG 4, for example, through e-learning, to withstand disruptions, so that education can withstand disruptions like the one caused by COVID-19. But the problem is, like mentioned by the ITU 2020 publication or data, only 24% of Ethiopians are internet users, so it's a very low number. Nevertheless, we see projects such as SchoolNet, which is a network of secondary schools, Ethernet, that one is our vision, which is a network of research universities, and we also see inclusive computer laboratories included in the country's education sector development plan. So for this research, we focused on what we believed as gaps. First is the definition of digital inclusion. The way governments perceive and define digital inclusion determines the breadth and depth of interventions they would make to realize it. So it's very important. From the papers we reviewed, we understood that digital inclusion is taken mainly as a technical undertaking. We think that understanding is incomplete. We also sensed for the need of a digital inclusion policy, which is based on a comprehensive understanding of digital inclusion and also some data as evidence from the field. That's what our research tried to offer. So our research aimed at identifying barriers of digital inclusion in education and providing some recommendations. The methodology is, first we selected 5 universities, 5 of the oldest universities in the country. Then we applied exploratory sequential mixed method. So first, interviews were made with university teachers, college deans, ICT directors, disability unit heads, which were selected purposefully. And then we followed that up with the survey data, which was collected from 418 students, undergraduate students, which were selected using stratified proportionate sampling technique. Most of our respondents, like 90% of them, said they have smartphones. Only 43% said they have computers. And most respondents say that they depend on their university's ICT infrastructure for internet access. So most of the problems discussed were related to the shared access facilities in the universities. For example, problems such as insufficient number of computers in computer laboratories, weak Wi-Fi, slow internet. They were among the problems mentioned. The other major problem was related to digital content. We can classify the problem as availability, usability, and accessibility issues. For example, when we say availability, there is a great deal of scarcity of digital content in the universities. The universities generally have a very good infrastructure, but there is scarcity of digital content. In addition to that, we have also noted a mismatch between what is available and what students want. For example, there is a new generation of students with visual impairment who cannot use Braille materials, but the only thing they can find in their universities are Braille materials. The other issue is usability, which means lack of one-card system. That means users have to do multiple logins to access different digital services. So that was frustrating. And the other is accessibility. It relates to the ability of students with disability to access digital content using assistive technologies. The knowledge of these concepts, we saw it requires more work from the universities. The other issue was there were significant number of students, like 10% of them, who said they haven't faced any barriers, including students who say they haven't a smartphone or they haven't a laptop. There are some of them who said they haven't faced any barriers. So this tells us that barriers are revealed through usage and activities that require the use of ICT. So when we talk about motivation, we have found that the popularity of the least interactive technologies, such as Telegram, by students as well as teachers. When students were asked about their most favored way of sharing information or getting information, most of them mentioned Telegram, and the least popular one was the university portal. So there must be different reasons for this. One reason could be the usability and accessibility issues, which we discussed earlier. The other is inconsistent practices, that is a lack of digital inclusion policy or norms that enforce consistent use of digital services. There are also some perception issues. For example, some teachers say they don't use learning management systems because they don't expect their students to use them. Some teachers also consider learning management systems as extra workload. When it comes to digital literacy, that was the other topic which was explored in our paper. According to UNESCO, digital literacy is a set of 4 different types of literacies, such as computer literacy, ICT literacy, media literacy, and information literacy. So in our survey, all students and all teachers are on different levels of digital literacy. That has caused differences in the way ICT materials are used and lesson materials are produced. For example, there are some teachers who produce course content using animations, videos, and there are some teachers who just use PowerPoint presentations, so there is a gap. So these are the recommendations we have at the end. First, it's important to improve in-campus and off-campus access to ICT. When we say off-campus access, for example, we can think about some community centers like public libraries in rural areas. We can capacitate them to be digital inclusion centers for their communities. Upgrade disability centers in universities to inclusion centers. There are disability units, but it would be important for someone to recommend, design, enforce, and follow up digital inclusion work in the universities. So these centers are the best candidates if they are given the right training and upgrading. It's important to identify digital literacy needs and plan training programs. It would be better to have a collaboration for this between university libraries, computer centers, and media centers to design and launch digital literacy programs. And it would be a good idea if digital literacy is integrated in the continuous professional development program which is underway, which is in place for university teachers. It's also important to work on digital service design and digital content acquisition. When you say digital service design, it's important to focus on users' needs and preferences. For example, we have shown that 90% of our respondents say they use smartphones. So it is better, it's a good idea to develop mobile-friendly products, like, for example, services which can be accessed through mobile easily. And it's important to take steps to produce content in alternate formats so that people with disabilities can be included. For example, in our research, as I mentioned before, the only thing they get if it's braille materials, and if they want audio content, that means those people are excluded. So it's very much important to think about producing content in alternate formats. Usage of accessibility guidelines. For example, there are different guidelines out there, like web content accessibility guidelines, and there are many of them there. It's better to think about using those guidelines while designing digital content. And last, motivating ICT use. Whatever investment we make on infrastructure, if that infrastructure is not well used, then it's very difficult. So it's very important to motivate students and teachers, for example, intrinsically through digital literacy programs. Maybe extrinsic motivation could be the use of digital inclusion policy that requires consistent use of educational technologies. So in conclusion, in our research, we identified structural, organizational, and personal issues that any digital inclusion effort has to tackle, and a digital inclusion policy that aims at identifying and tackling these issues would be successful to realize inclusion in education. And thank you.
Thank you very much to the three presenters. I would like to open the floor for questions. Are there any questions, comments from the audience? So, all right, I don't see any, so I will ask a question. And I think one particular issue that resonates with all the three research projects that we've just heard about is, where would you see the trade-offs between using existing sort of off-the-shelf solutions that people are already using as compared to some of the solutions that we also heard about that were either built by the universities themselves or that are more individualized towards the specific learning context? And I could see that, you know, there are pros and cons to using both of them, but I would very much be interested in hearing your thoughts on that based on your research findings.
I probably would like to start in answering that question, and we'll give the opportunity for others to say something as well. So I think you made mention a very important point in your paper where you say that it's very important that you understand context to be able to deliver the kind of education that learners actually need and want in a given context. And I think the problems with off-the-shelf solutions is that they're not actually designed in such a way that they're actually catering to all sets of contexts. So I think we have to rethink or reframe discussions on pedagogy here. Like, for example, how do you design content online designing a content online cannot be the same as how you design content face-to-face, right? And a lot of those that are off-the-shelf, a lot of off-the-shelf solutions are somehow catered into such kind of a mindset. And the other thing that I think would be useful to think about is, how do you make learning processes more inclusive in that context? Because I think a lot of off-the-shelf delivery systems have, how do you call it? Have normal, that's not normal, but have a particular set of students in mind. Mm-hmm. So my question would be, how do you ensure that those learning systems will be able to answer the needs of people with disabilities, for example, or those people with, or students with differing needs in terms of learning methodology? So yeah, that's up there.
Okay. Well, I think it's very important to focus on users' needs and preferences, to build on that. Because if we build products which are not usable, then that would be very difficult. So it would be very important to start, what do the students want, or how do they prefer content to be delivered from them. That would be a good way to start. Then we may decide whether to customize or deploy those off-shelf products or build something from the ground.
I think I would just like to add that given the condition under which most of education was held during COVID-19, it was mostly emergency. So that meant that if you had proprietary platforms, as you mentioned, proprietary platforms, it would be very difficult because you would have to teach students or educators how to use the platform first before you can even think of designing content for that. But then if you used existing platforms like Facebook, YouTube, and even WhatsApp, it was quite easy to use content that was already designed, that was already in the public domain. So it was quite easy for students to easily get onto YouTube, search for videos that they wanted to have more explanation on specific topics. So it was quite easy to use existing platforms. So I would say existing platforms was quite easily used and adapted by students and teachers alike, whereas proprietary platforms, it was quite difficult to really get it going because of the emergency situation in which we were. Yeah.
Thank you very much. All right. I think at that point we would probably hand it over to the next session, also in conscience of time. And let me thank once more our three speakers. And I would like to hand it over to Karen Wu from the ITU for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Ladies and gentlemen, we have so far covered research reports covering the area sectors of education and healthcare. Now we're looking at enterprises and job creation. COVID-19 pandemic has not only affected the way we work, it also affected businesses. According to UNCTAD's survey of businesses in over 100 countries, the vast majority of businesses were affected by COVID-19. 60% of micro and small enterprises were affected. The evidence also shows that up to 70% of small and medium-sized enterprises increased use of digital technologies due to COVID-19. So this is the other side. Even though they were affected, they also used increased use of digital technologies. At the same time, we also know digitalization has the potential to boost firm productivity and job creation. In agriculture, digital technology has the potential to address the challenges faced in the sector, and it is very relevant in this continent. The objective of this session focuses on opportunities in leveraging digital technology, digital financial inclusion to transform smaller enterprise and advance agriculture sector and effectively improve jobs and livelihoods. With that, let me introduce you to the four speakers who will share on this topic. They will each have 10 minutes, and then it will be followed by question and answer. The first speaker is Dr. P.K. Senyo, Associate Professor, FinTech and Information Systems, University of Southampton, UK, and he will be co-presenting with Dr. Stan Karanasios, Associate Professor, University of Queensland, Australia, on building resilient micro enterprises with digital transformation. The second speaker is Dr. Torsten Jelinek, Director and Senior Fellow of Taihe Institute, China. He will focus on advancing smallholder agribusiness in Botswana through small digital innovation. And our final speaker is Dr. Rizan Masangu, Senior Lecturer, Department of Management Studies, Middle East College, Muscat, Oman, who will focus on the digital financial inclusion of micro, small, and medium enterprises of the Comesa region into electronic business during and post-COVID-19 pandemic. Let me now pass the floor to the first speaker, Dr. P.K. Senyo.
Thanks, Karen. I hope you can hear me. Yes, thanks to ITU for the funding to do this research, and thanks for the opportunity to present our findings. And as Karen said, I'll be presenting with one of my colleagues, Stan, who will join us virtually. So if we could go to the first slide, please. Oh, I used the pointer. Okay. Okay. Yes, so that's my team. We have Stan. So he's associate professor in information systems at the University of Queensland in Australia. And then we have associate professor John Efa, who is at the University of Ghana Business School. He's associate professor of information systems. And then myself, BK Senyo, who is also associate professor at the University of Southampton, where I focus mainly on financial technologies. And I have interest in ICT for development as well, because I believe we can use technology to speed up development in global south countries. So let's begin our presentation. So we are looking at digital transformation of micro enterprises, and we are using Ghana as a case study. So as Karen said, and from other reports, we realized that indeed COVID affected individuals and businesses. Now, whilst there were stimulus package for big organizations, there were also micro organizations. And when we talk of micro organizations, we are referring to very small businesses, a one-person business, where the benefits of the business becomes the benefits to the owner. So if I run a very small shop and I'm trading, selling by the roadside, in our definition, we classify you as a micro enterprise. And most often we find that these organizations do not have the capital, the technology to be able to digitize. And they were the ones who suffered a lot during COVID-19. And one of the things we also found out was that those small businesses, as they are, some are unregistered. So they cannot even access government funding and government support. So these businesses are the ones that had a lot of hit. And in global south countries, majority of enterprises that we have are made up of these businesses. The formal sector can only employ just a few. Majority of people go into micro enterprises. So that is why we find micro enterprises as a very important kind of group of businesses. We should see how they digitally transform and how we can support them. And as COVID will prove us right, we realize that some of these businesses suffered, especially those who didn't have the means to digitally transform. So for example, if someone was selling at the side of the street and there's a restriction that's stay at home, social distance, don't come out, it means that they cannot sell. And majority of these businesses rely on person-to-person businesses. There were no deliveries. They do businesses by cash because they don't probably even have a bank account. So for these reasons, they became the vulnerable set of businesses that suffered a lot. But at the same time, there was also the ability of COVID to push some of these businesses to reinvent their business model and change. And that was what our focus was. So for our research, we focus mainly on trying to provide evidence of how some micro enterprises were able to adjust, how some were able to improvise to be able to take advantage of the benefit of the COVID-19 pandemic to be able to become thriving businesses and become resilient for future occurrences. So that's the focus. So we had a number of research questions. So the first one was to clearly understand how micro enterprises digitally transform. Because it's unclear, when we talk of digital transformation, majority of the literature is focused on well-established organizations that have the money to buy the infrastructure. They have the people with the skills. But then when it comes to micro enterprises, like a one-person business, how do they digitally transform? It's unclear. We don't know what the literature says. So that's why we want to understand that. Also, through digital transformation, there may be some anticipated benefits and also some constraints and challenges that will come through this digital transformation. So that was another set of questions that we had. And then also, we wanted to understand what sort of support will these micro enterprises need from government, from other players within the ecosystem, because they are not islands on their own. They live in an ecosystem. So we wanted to understand, for example, if you're a business, you will always receive payment. So fintech is important. The same way, you may also look at other technology firms that will provide you some sort of solution. So how can they help you as a micro enterprise? So that was also one of our focus. And for this research, one unique way we conducted the research was, even though we're focusing on micro enterprises, we just don't want to talk to only micro enterprises. We want to understand how other players within the industry affect them and how those players could help them. So we took a multi-level approach where we talked to government agencies, we talked to the tech people, we talked to fintechs, and then we talked to the micro enterprises as well. So the goal of doing that is to kind of get a holistic view of how we could be able to help these micro enterprises to become resilient. So what was our methodology? Because we wanted to not just provide a descriptive account of what was happening, we actually wanted to understand the in-depth interrelationships. What are the relationship between the various actors, and how would that have an effect on the micro enterprises? We largely followed a qualitative research approach because there was a number of complexities there that you couldn't just use a quantitative approach to address. So mainly, we focus on the qualitative research. In addition to that, we also did a bit of quantitative, but that was mainly secondary data analysis, where we look at country-level data. So we look at the Ghana Statistical Service, what have they done in respect to micro-enterprises, the World Bank. And we look at all these data to sort of provide us with some sort of context before moving on to our main data collection. So for the data collection, we talked to 30 micro-enterprises. We talked to one government agency, but we had over 5 interviews. Then we talked to MNOs. MNOs are like mobile money providers, so those who offer payment solutions in the global south. And then also we talked to technology firms as well. So we wanted to understand how they influence the micro enterprises. So just to provide a bit of background, this is the ecosystem of how the payment landscape looks like, for example, in Ghana, where you have the central bank who regulates the MNOs, also regulate the fintech firms and the banks. Then you have mobile money. So mobile money is largely, it's a technology that allows you to be able to perform financial transactions without the need for a bank account. So your phone number becomes your pseudo bank account, and you can send and receive money, and it's very popular in the global south.
Sorry, Dr. P.K. Senyo, you have 3 minutes left.
Okay, yeah, so that's kind of the environment. And then we have the merchants who are part of that environment. Then you have digital informal businesses who were not initially included, but they have to find ways to appropriate. So that's kind of how the environment looks like. At this point, I'll hand over to my colleague Stan, who will then wrap up. Stan, if you can take over.
Can you put on your, can you enable Stan technical support? Yes.
Okay, so I'll talk about the findings here, and then UK's got three main points there, which describes how the process of digital transformation unfolds. That involves organizations, whether it's micro enterprises, building a stock of resources over time, combining them into digital and non-digital configuration, and deploying them in a specific way. But what I'd like to do is really unpack that and share what this
Thank you. Oh, that's much better. So we aimed quite big, say, okay, what can some of the current or latest technology, how can it help actually to transition the African continent towards an inclusive and competitive digital economy? That was the assumption by using what we here call as a federated digital platform. That basically means the issue of data sharing and platforms has been addressed. So we didn't look less about access, but when you have access, what do you do with your access? What do you do with data? And we all heard about the data economy, big data, etc. And the problem is people don't want to share data, etc. So that was the assumption. So where can actually the continent maybe leapfrog? Is there this opportunity of leapfrogging? And we were in the past working with our team members with the government of Botswana. And maybe some of you know that there is the Maun Science Park, the idea to set it up. And that was kind of the anchor for us. So how could we do? But then we basically ventured into agriculture and the agribusiness. And that's basically result. And here I will present what is our roadmap towards more an inclusive, excellent. So this is actually the introduction. So we had the assumption, the approach, and then we went into the agri-business. And yes, when we received the award, and as most of us, COVID was is the issue, or post-COVID recovery. But let's face it, there are many other issues, right? And global events seem to not stop with creating more issues. And I think we took this into consideration, and also the increase of costs, etc. So agriculture, agribusiness was quite important for us. The methodology, are really quite lucky that we have a very international research team focused on digital development issues, infrastructure and governance. The approach was pretty qualitative, so we look all this big research or reports available, but we went into interviews and focus group and really to analyze the range of attitudes until this was exhausted, and of course in a tight time frame. And so what they call the triangulation of those methods. The findings. So we were actually not surprised. Of course, from the continent side, the African Union and other larger institutions, there's a clear roadmap of digitalization. Then when you go on to national level, the government has a roadmap of development and digitalization. And it's called Smart Bots. I particularly like that word. So Smart Botswana, of course. And it's very supportive of the ideas how we set out. And then you say, okay, what's actually the most critical element of the development of Botswana, and maybe for other African countries? It's the primary sector, it's agriculture, which takes a lot of, it's a big part of the economy and also feeding the people of Botswana. And then in Botswana, as in many other countries, stock farming smallholding stock farming takes a big chunk of the agriculture sector. And it is lacking behind in terms of digitalization. So we thought, okay, here we need to do something. This is probably the best benefit to work and to focus our research on that sector. And still, we had this idea of this sovereign data sharing. So when I collect data, when they're digital data, and we want to do something, and people do not share the data, small business, bigger business, etc. And what are the mechanisms to share the data? And here comes this notion of sovereign data sharing, or trusted data sharing. So we looked into this kind of technological architecture, and basically came up that we need a roadmap. So there's no way we can leapfrog into that area. So we need a roadmap, and yes. And where's my roadmap now? Here's a roadmap. And the roadmap looks like the following. And on the first part, we focused during the research. In order to build actually a digital ecosystem for smallholder agriculture, that's kind of the goal. Connect them and utilize the potential of digitalizing that industry, that sector, you need to start small. And the idea with A is a crowd farming pilot project. So we actually, during this project, we interviewed farmers and we got their feedback. And you're not surprised that we will not talk about precision farming, because precision farming is something big agriculture companies are venturing into it. They have the financial means, they have the capacity, but the majority of farmers do not have that. So we look at crowd farming first as a minimum viable digital tool, to get people connected, to build a network of those farmers. And then from that pilot project, we go into B, a crowd farming marketplace. So crowd farming is kind of a distant remote farming. Someone in a city basically orders it, and then you have to farmer delivering it. So that model is actually not new, as countries are doing it, but we seem to really support those steps from a pilot project into a crowd farming marketplace in order to digitalize the stakeholders. And the third one would be eventually, and so we want to aim high still to build that ecosystem where actually where you go beyond the immediate participants, like the farmers, the consumers, the traders, but also get involved agri-tech companies and other smaller businesses to participate in that platform. Our recommendations is clearly, it's not technology which sorts out the problems. So we did not a technologicalist approach. Oh, technology will save us, but there's the technology. But obviously, there are different problems in agriculture. For example, market access, skills gap, land reform, water availability, electricity. So it would be a mistake just to focus on digital technology to tackle these issues of agriculture. The adoption must be really cost effective, easy accessible, and you need to have a step-by-step roadmap, transformation roadmap. So leapfrogging, the assumption, like the idea also that you can go straight into mobile banking, we still see, yes, there is this opportunity, but it does not work in that linear fashion. And last but not least, and actually quite important, our report, and we are very glad that this is now downloadable, and thank you again for launching it today. It's actually an invitation for a follow-up proposal to set up the first phase, to really start with a pilot project and to get it done, get things rolling in Botswana. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jelinek. Now let me call Dr. Reason Masengu.
Actually, what you see here is this kind of federated platform. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you very much, Karen and your colleagues, for giving us this opportunity to carry out research where the academia and the industry come together to share knowledge. My presentation is going to focus on digital financial inclusion of micro, small and medium enterprise of the COMESA region into electronic business during and post-COVID-19 pandemic, under the theme digital inclusion and job creation. Our presentation is going to be like this. I'm going to introduce my research team, then I will get into the introduction, the research methodology of our research, and the conclusions. The research was conducted by 3 researchers. Mr. Forbes Makudza, who is a lecturer of marketing from Manicaland State University of Applied Science in Zimbabwe, and Memman Lucia Mandongwe, who is also a lecturer of accounting for the same university. My name is Dr. Rizen Masengu. I'm a senior lecturer of marketing from Middle East College in Muscat, Oman. I'm also a researcher in digital marketing, logistics and supply chain, and I'm also a fellow for the Chartered Institute of Marketing. So the reason why we came up with this type of study is we realized that in Africa, we do have micro and small and medium enterprises, which are contributing a lot of money into the GDP of most of African countries. But we realized that in some cases, these operators are regarded as informal or illegal, but at the same time, they are contributing to the economy. So we do have quite interesting statistics. Africa, 15% of the world population, and 6.2% of this population are internet subscribers, meaning to say it's a very small percentage. We also realize that internet penetration in Africa is at 18%, meaning to say Africa is lagging behind in terms of adopting technology. So the coming in now of COVID-19 pandemic, we realized that these MSMEs were really affected. The digital divide was now quite clear, and they were excluded in most of these digital transactions. A conspicuous digital divide is evident, and digital and internet and digital technology adoption in Africa is still very, very low. COVID-19 amplified this divide, especially in the COMESA region. Economic advancement, employment creation, all these different aspects were affected. And aspects of the contribution of SMEs in creation of employment and eradicating poverty, it was also affected. So literature is also awash with information statistics, which is actually important in terms of adoption of technology. 43.8% of sub-Saharan population is in urban, with 170,000 million internet users. These figures are also showing that there is really a divide. So the major unique contribution of this study is to lay down a business performance for these SMEs so that they are in a position to survive post-COVID-19 pandemic. So we went on now to do our research using this the research methodology. Our philosophy is purely positivism, and we use the descriptor explanatory design. 385 questionnaires were distributed in 5 different clusters in COMESA. The first research objective, the results were analyzed using descriptive statistics. While the second research objective, we used the regression analysis, and the third one, we used structural equation modeling. The reason why we incorporated these types of analysis is so that we improve on the robustness of our findings. You see this when we present the results. So our clusters were divided into there are 5 different categories, and all countries were clustered into homogeneous groups using GDP. Countries with related GDP were assumed to be with the same macroeconomic conditions, which influence e-business and digital financial inclusion. So this is how we managed to cluster the different countries. So we realized that when we collected data to understand the trends in terms of technology adoption, we realized that MSMEs in COMESA were using social media and mobile applications, and also websites were also being used in their e-business or in transaction. 93% of the MSMEs had adopted e-business, and we realized that MSMEs in Kenya, Rwanda, and Zambia, they do up to around 93%, which is a very good number. And they were also using this digital application in e-commerce, buying and selling. We also realized that e-business was increasing by the level of education, meaning to say, the more a small business, the owner gets educated, the more he or she is adopting the technologies in his business. And we also realized that technology adoption in COMESA, it is the same across the different gender, which is in our study, male and female. Social media was used by newer, and websites was being used by old businesses. We realized that social media, because
Dr. Masengu, you have 2 minutes left.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We also realized that mobile applications were being used to do B2B and to do B2C transactions. Access to internet banking, mobile banking, and mobile money was also clear, especially in Zambia, Rwanda, and Kenya. We realized that these MSMEs were facing a lot of challenges in terms of technology access, issues to do with power and network, operational costs, institutional support and data, issues of data and privacy. In our research objective number 2, we, taking from our literature, we identified 5 different factors, which includes simplicity factors, intrinsic factors. We wanted to see if there is any relationship between these factors and adoption. But surprisingly, these results showed us that there was no any relationship, although literature is showing that there is a relationship. Meaning to say, when it comes to COMESA, there are other factors which affect or influence the adoption of technology among these small business operations. We also went further to try to find if there is any relationship between e-business and digital financial inclusion. And we realized, again, there was no relationship. Because literature is showing us that if a business is adopted e-business, we are supposed to have also an increase in digital financial inclusion. So this implies that this is most interesting part of our research, because the variables or the data which is available on the internet, which says that these factors affect adoption of technology, we failed to confirm these results in COMESA. Our recommendations, these are our recommendations.
You have 1 minute left. Please wrap up your recommendations.
These were part of our recommendations, which among them include improvement in connectivity, leveraging existing public and private infrastructure, also aspect of issues of development. We realize that these MSMEs, they need to be supported by the government, by the private sector. So all these are part of development of measures to increase cyber security and raise awareness. Some of these small business felt they fear about their security aspects when they transact online. So these are some of the recommendations which we managed to propose. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Dr. Masengu, for your presentation. I'd like to now open the floor. We don't have a lot of time in case anyone has any questions to ask our 3 speakers on this very fascinating topic.
Yes, thank you, Karen. Just a quick one. Thanks a lot for the presentation. I just wanted to know if how maybe, especially to Dr. Senyo and Dr. Genelik, I hope the presentation is the pronunciation is good. If you have taken the aspect of the, as you are working on the financial inclusion, these kind of things, if you have taken the aspect of the urban-rural continuum, because you mentioned the aspect of agribusiness, but you know, we are talking about bridging digital divide, but also the digital is also a means to like reinforce the linkages between urban area and rural area, which are the sources for many ecosystem resources, including foods and these kind of things. I just wanted to hear about from you about this aspect. How, for you, you think that digital aspect can strengthen the linkages between urban and rural area, especially in the food system, if you are taking into consideration, and especially to Dr. Senyo, I just wanted to know, just a quick one, what is the scale of your project? Because you mentioned Ghana, but where exactly in Ghana? Is it all the small businesses in Ghana, or is it a specific area? Yeah, just that. Thank you.
Thank you for the. Yep, thank you for the question. Just a quick, obviously there's a big divide. We think through that approach, through a marketplace and then into crowd farming, that you could maybe connect the city with the rural area, considering you can connect the rural area in first instance. But we see that some of the smallholders are connected in a minimal way. So we certain structure issues we couldn't sort out or address with that project, and we didn't want to look into access to internet. And this was our premise. We don't want to look into that because we thought, oh, there are other people who research in that. So we wanted to look more, okay, you know, once this is a little bit more achieved, how can we build a ecosystem around that? And that's still a big challenge as well. So we think with the marketplace, where you connect first the farmer with the market, I think it's a first achievement. And with the crowd farming, which is basically as a single farmer, you cannot afford a drone, but if you can combine farmers into a crowd situation, into groups, you could probably afford precision farming technologies on the one hand, but also you strengthen that group as a stakeholder group, also which could strengthen you know, the access to markets, etc. Especially also in competition with these big farming companies also. So we also spoke to large industrials there. Thank you.
Yes, thanks for your question. So we focused on the southern part of Ghana, and the study was undertaken in 3 cities. There are reasons for that, because the micro enterprises, those who have transitioned, majority of them are in the cities because they rely on motorbikes to do delivery, and people could order. In the villages, people could go to each other's places, so they don't do that. And also, these businesses are not registered, so it becomes difficult to identify them. So you have to use like snowballing approach to identify these businesses. So that's how come we focus on the sample. But thanks for your question.
Dr. Masengo, would you like to also provide an answer from your perspective?
Thank you very much for your question. Really, there is a digital divide between the urbanites and the rural, to such an extent that the more you move out of urban areas, I'll give an example because I went to collect data in Rwanda, I went to Zambia, some of my colleagues went to Kenya. You realize that most of the areas where we were collecting data, people are not connected. The reason being that adopting these digital technologies in the rural areas is an additional cost. This is a small business, and the cost to get a device, the cost of data, is an additional cost. So those are some of the reasons which may now, we now find the divide between the urban and the rural. In urban, the devices it's a must, but in rural, they have got options. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would like to, why don't we all give a round of applause to our 4 excellent speakers. Thank you for a very exciting. And now let me just hand over to Mr. Samir Sharma for the next session. Over to you.
Thank you, Karen. And it is quite encouraging to see that after lunch, there is active discussions and, we are eager for this session. Thank you very much. But I can promise, as we all know, after this session, we'll have a coffee break. So I'm looking forward to that. We want to be more efficient in this session. So far, we have discussed on health, education, job creation, as we just saw. And this session will focus on vulnerable groups. I want to give you some context for that, as achieving global commitments that no one will be left behind, as set out in the UN Sustainable Development Goals. That will be possible only if ICTs are available, accessible, and affordable to all, in particular to the disadvantaged groups of society. And how we define them. They are persons with disabilities, persons with specific needs, including indigenous people, people living in rural areas, women, girls, youth, and children, as well as elderly people. Let me give you some statistics to get things in perspective. An estimated 1 billion people live with the disabilities, which is around 15% of the world population, out of which 80% live in developing nations, where infirmity and disabilities are real drivers of exclusion and poverty. The WHO estimates that globally, the number of people with visual impairments is around 285 million, of whom 39 million are blind, with people over 50 years old accounting for 82% of all blind people. And further, there are 466 million persons with disabling hearing loss, some 6.1% of the global population. And if you look at the women's ability to access accurate information, not only has direct impact on her own survival and disaster resilience, but also that of the wider community. There is a need for innovative and culturally sensitive approach to help more women and girls empower themselves through digital technologies. Bearing this context in mind, this session we will deliberate on digital inclusion for vulnerable persons. We have 2 distinguished speakers, Dr. Frederick Kenobe, lecturer, Kyambogo University, Kampala, Uganda, who would present on assessment of digital inclusion among vulnerable persons in developing economies. And the second speaker would be Dr. Maniam Kalyanan, Associate Professor, School of Business, University of Nottingham, Malaysia, on reinvigorating elderly population post-COVID-19 pandemic era through digital inclusion strategies, a Malaysian case studies. So without further ado, let me invite Dr. Frederick. So give a big round of applause for sharing the insight on this topic.
Thank you, moderator. I want to acknowledge the support and opportunity given to us by ITU to make a contribution to the study and discussion this afternoon. My name is Frederick Kanobe, and our project research focused on an assessment of the inclusion among the vulnerable persons in a developing economy. It was a collaborative study between Uganda and South Africa. I'll make the presentation agenda, which is not different from the previous presentation. I'll introduce the research team. I'll give an introduction to the study. I'll briefly present the methodology, findings, recommendations, and conclusion. The study was a collaboration, as I've already hinted, between Kyambogo University and ICOM Technologies based in South Africa. It was a combination between academia and industry. Kyambogo University is academia, and ICOM technologies industry. I'll give a brief introduction to our study. We are living in a century that is highly characterized with high-level technologies. We are proud of artificial intelligence. We are talking of cloud computing. We are talking of virtualization. We are automating most of our systems. In such a situation, we would expect the majority of the people to be digitally illiterate and highly connected digitally. Unfortunately, the truth is different. The majority of the people are not digitally connected, and there is high level of digital literacy. According to UNHCR report 2020, over 4 billion people globally are not having access to digital services. And 90% of these are from our developing countries. Our study contributes towards the 9th SD goal, which advocates for increased access to ICT and a provision of universal and affordable internet to the global people, especially the developing world. The study aimed at identifying factors that influence digital inclusion among the vulnerable people in emerging economies, with focus on Uganda and South Africa. We adopted a qualitative approach. We had a qualitative questionnaire where we got 620 respondents, and also we carried out interviews of about 28 participants. The study sites were purposely selected to help us guide the study. Our data qualitatively underwent descriptive statistics analysis, and the qualitative approach was semantically analyzed. Findings of the study. As a comparative study, we do expect a lot of comparison where we have differences and similarities. We got two major differences. South Africa is better in terms of IT structures compared to Uganda, and also their digital literacy is better. But most of the findings show more of similarities between the two countries, both being least developed countries. Key findings. According to the study, we found that the digital active age is between 18 and 35 years of age. Also, it was discovered that the study participants believe that their governments and the developing partner can contribute to the reduction of the digital inclusion among themselves. So the key findings, we found that one of the factors influencing digital inclusion gaps among the vulnerable people, we have poor IT infrastructure, especially between the rural and the urban area. Most of the IT infrastructures are based in the urban areas, whereas the majority of the people who are vulnerable are living in the rural areas. Also, the ICT is not reliable, especially in rural areas, due to power issues, and the majority of the people have no access to this infrastructure. Another key factor that we found out, there is existence of inadequate internet access. Most of the vulnerable people have low incomes, so they cannot afford this internet access. Even if the mobile phone has tried to bring closer the internet to the people, but the issue of affordability is critical. And the issue of reliability also is critical because up country in the rural areas, the ICT infrastructure is poor. And key among this was the appropriateness of the technology to these people. Most of the technology that they have access to is not appropriate to their needs. Another key factor was the low socio-economic status. Most of the vulnerable people have low income, they are marginalized in society. So they are given low priority as far as digital services are concerned. And lastly is the digital illiteracy. Most of them are digitally illiterate, and as such, they need the opportunity to utilize the digital services. That is the need of the day. The anticipated outcome of the study, just in case we manage to reduce the digital inclusion, we anticipate improved, better opportunities for the vulnerable people. We are also anticipating improved access to health services. We anticipate improved access to financial credit. We anticipate also that these people remain competitive in the world where digital...
Sorry, Dr. Kenobi, you have 2 minutes to wrap up the presentation.
Wow.
Thank you.
We also anticipate that they participate in the digital economy, and they will be also socially connected through social media. Recommendations. We recommend leveraging of ICT between rural and urban areas, and we believe the government and the private investors can do that. Availability of appropriate technology that came out very strongly, because now the issue is not access to the vulnerable people, but how appropriate is this technology. So the government, Ministry of Education, and humanitarian organization can play a role. We recommend promotion of human rights, because now digital access is a human right, and the government, legal firms, and humanitarian organization can play a role. We recommend review and adhere to ICT policies. We recommend integration of ICT in training curriculum and establishment of some inclusive digital training centers. Conclusion. Digital inclusion among the vulnerable is a reality. But the key thing is not now access, but how appropriate is the technology. There is need now to conduct further research that can help us to provide solutions, especially to people with special needs and the elderly. Our study was conducted in South Africa and Uganda. We believe this might not be sufficient enough for us to conclude for the developing economies. Maybe further studies can be carried out in other continents. And we found out that there was the issue of stigma among the vulnerable people. So getting information from them was not easy, but we did some awareness before data collection, and this did undermine our data. What's the next step? We're not only trying to identify the factors, but also to provide a solution that might be a working solution. As I've already hinted, now the issue is not access, but how appropriate is the technology to the vulnerable people, especially people with special needs and the elderly people. So we have conducted a simple pilot study in Uganda at Kyambogo University. Kyambogo University is one of the higher institutions of learning with the highest number of learners with special needs. So we have tried based on their slogan. They say, there is nothing for us without us. So we cannot get a solution from the shelf and provide to them. So we're developing a prototype so far with interaction with the students, the learners, to provide a solution to them. For example, there are different disabilities.
Dr. Kenobe, can we close this now? Please, sorry, the time is up already.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Give a big round of applause. And then we take note that you have captured that the appropriateness of the technology is a very important issue. And I think this is a very insightful understanding that we would be able to look at it in more details. So now with that, let me now invite Dr. Maniam for sharing his research and finding. Dr. Maniam, floor is yours. Thank you.
Thanks, Samir. Hope you guys can hear me. Thank you ITU for the funding. Let us wait for the thing. It's not coming. Oh, yeah. Okay. This research was conducted in Malaysia, titled Reintegrating Elderly Population in Post-COVID-19 Pandemic through the Digital Inclusion Strategy. It's a Malaysian case study. My name is Maniam. I'm from University of Nottingham, Malaysia. Moving on, the agenda, same like what our colleagues have presented. Just quick recap. Many colleagues ask me, where are you from? I say I'm from Malaysia. They ask me, where's Malaysia? So probably let me give a background. Malaysia is sandwiched between Thailand in the north and Singapore in the south. Yeah, so we are in between Thailand and Singapore. This research was done by three of us, two of us from the academia and one colleague from industry. He came in as a data analytics, has number of work experience, he himself an elderly population. All right, some background to the study. We actually did some literature review and came out with a model. We call it Dragonfly model. So where we look at three perspectives, how we can empower elderly population defined as people above 60, 65 years old. In Malaysia have got like 7% of the population out of 33 million people who are actually aged 65 and above. So we thought, let us look at how can we empower them, how can we help these elderly people from moving them or shifting them, at least their mindset, from perceived as burden society to knowledge force society. That was the motivation. So the Dragonfly model was developed based on literature. And then we tested the model with multiple methodologies. We did focus group interviews with caretakers, with elderly people themselves, with NGOs, with government policy makers. We got about 400 odd questionnaires collected. We did a pilot project in one of the suburban area with about 30 elderly people to see, are they excited about technology? Are they interested about technology? We also had sessions with industry players, especially from telecommunication industry, to see how they can come together and help us. So three main focus of this research, as I mentioned, social part of it, economic part of it, and governance part of it. Yeah, and we look at three main areas, i.e. digital challenges, digital strategies, and digital benefits. Okay, so this is the model I mentioned, the Dragonfly model, where we look at social dimension. People use technology, people use handphones, iPad, and whatnot, basically to watch videos, YouTube, Facebook, and many of these elderly people, they use technology to talk to their grandchildren, right? Because a number of them are in Malaysia, overseas, they use it, then talk to their friends and whatnot. Very little found on economic dimension, where either they don't know or nobody sort of guided them. Governance dimension, almost zero. Things like e-participation, e-democracy and whatnot was not found based on the study. This is the Dragonfly model that I mentioned. Now, say some of the key findings, right? Probably too small. Be it qualitative research, there is a great recognition that yes, Malaysia is a developing country. We don't have much problem with technology providers. We have number of providers reasonably priced. No doubt, government got the ambition by the year 2025, they want to give free internet access to everyone. To date, we pay something like 10 to 20 US dollars a month, which is affordable. People have got at least phones, if not smartphones, their phones to talk to their friends. And many students, at least they all can afford to have laptops and computers at home. So that is what we found. And we found that people are, as I said, excited. The point in Malaysian case study, when we talk to them, they are excited about technology. They want to learn, they want to explore, and importantly, they want to benefit from technology. This is coming from almost 80% of the respondents in aging between 65, and our oldest respondent, he was like 93 years old, and he said, yes, give me chance to learn. I use technology to talk to my grandchildren, talk to my friends. I can do more than that. And I want to sell things online. I want to have online classes and whatnot. But in his case, he doesn't know how to do it. So there is great interest. Now, what is lacking is how can we support this great interest, right? That takes us to the recommendation where we're talking about we cannot do it alone. We need all stakeholders, as mentioned by my colleague earlier. It is not only by one stakeholder, everyone should come. And we believe from this study that government should champion the project. It must be top down and it has to be championed by the government. And then we invite private sector providers, we invite NGOs to teach how, and we invite academicians also to teach how. In fact, we did a pilot project in a local university using the university infrastructure, invited about 30 people to be with us for a week to teach them how to use technology and rewarded them with certificate and all that. We found at least 80%, 90% were excited. So what government can do? From government side, they need to come out with digital inclusion policies for senior citizens. They need to promote strategic partnership. And of course, government need to invest on emerging technology, specifically designed, tailor-made for the elderly people. Now, private sector, how can they come in? They need to come out with digital solutions. In fact, I'm talking to Andy from Huawei, right? We have published one article in their magazine on this. We are excited. I think Huawei excited as well. We want to take it to a greater level on this. And number two, what private sectors can provide is digital trainings to the community, provide secure and friendly products and solutions. That is where the private sector can come. NGOs, they can come, like, volunteers can come and help them to teach, to guide them on how to use, know-how matters, right? Be strategic partners as well for the public and private entities. And we, academicians, how can we come in? Providing support in terms of R&D, research with practical impact, collaborate industry and community. Basically, academias are seen as the bridger, as a bridger between the government, the private, and the NGOs. And paper like this, in fact, this paper we taken to a next level. We have presented to the government. We are actually presenting again to the new government, which was formed last Friday. Hopefully by mid-December, we're going to share with them and see what can they do in helping us out. Yeah. Now, so in conclusion, taking from where we have done the research, right? Some key points to take home. Number one, digital inclusion partnership model. That is one of the big findings from this research, i.e. digital inclusion partnership model. We need all the stakeholders' support, not only money, energy, resources, know-how, R&D, and whatnot, which involve, as I mentioned, people, private entities, public entities, and partnership. And point number two, government should champion this, right? It has to be government-led, government champion agenda because it's involving the entire nation. Number three, again, of course, from the research we found some mindset change is essential. No doubt they're excited, but the fear of technology is still there. They find that, I'm not sure how to use it. Is it tough? Issue of security and whatnot, still sort of bothering people at that level. So in conclusion, therefore, looking at that my diagram on the right-hand side, the three elements came out strongly from research. One is the experience of using it, the digital experience, which also includes the benefits and digital challenges, which can be overcome with appropriate digital training and coaching. Number two, behavior. Behavior can be modified. Behavior can be influenced with the right knowledge, right training again, and the right interference. And number three, aspirations, definitely. They are excited, we can do more, we can get public policy, public leaders, government officials to come to support this, and social relevance, make it relevant to them, and taking it ultimately to the aim of the study, i.e. digital relevance, empowering the senior citizen, elderly people in three perspectives mentioned. Yeah, one is the social perspective, governance perspective, and economic perspective. That is what we call the dragonfly model of the study. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Maniam. Very insightful presentation, the dragonfly model. And I take note of the very interesting insight that you provided, especially the digital inclusion partnership model, and also the mindset, the senior citizens, sorry, I think it is done already. The senior citizens themselves could be the champions, and in fact, they are the ones who could be the leaders rather than seeking for support. I think this is a very inspiring suggestion. And I also take note earlier, the session was given for appropriate use of technologies. So with that, maybe I would like to open the floor for pressing, burning question before the coffee break. One question. Yes, please go ahead. Introduce yourself, and please also tell us whom you want to direct your question to.
Yeah, I'm Mr. Daronco Giuseppe Renzo. I'm a staff ECA, and I would like to speak in French. Thank you. Là, ma question interviendra pour le deuxième intervenant concernant la Malaisie, où j'ai trouvé la présentation très intéressante, mais je me suis amusé à faire un petit calcul, puisque je crois que je parle sous le contrôle du présentateur, d'après ce que j'ai vu, on est parti d'une tranche de catégorie de personnes de 60 ans et plus, en les catégorisant de personnes âgées. Et si on regarde, nous sommes dans 2002, si on remonte le temps, ça veut dire que ce sont les personnes qui sont nées en 1962. En 1962, quand on regarde l'évolution de l'informatique, le premier PC est apparu dans les années 1980. Alors la question que je me posais, en toute je veux dire, innocence, est-ce que cela veut dire que le système malaisien en 1980-90 n'était pas au niveau du système européen éducatif? Est-ce qu'il y avait un grand retard? Ou alors on devrait peut-être revoir la notion de personnes âgées et démarrer plus loin à 60 ans? Voilà, merci.
Basically, yeah, just if I may, I also try to catch up just a little bit. If I understand the question correctly, it's talking about the Malaysian model. Say the computers were introduced in 80s, and then you're talking about the people who are like 60 plus, etc. They were born at that time, much earlier. I mean, how it is, it is impacting this kind of model that you talked about, the three-prong model. How are you, Malaysian government is able to customize it in the context of those elderly people and the technologies? Please.
Okay, now, just to give some context, yeah, our literacy rate about almost 98%, and technology is quite cheap in this country, right? So, COVID was basically the push factor for people to learn. And this study was conducted in the urban and suburban area, where people are generally educated, they know how to use technology. We did our pilot in a suburban area where people don't even have smartphone to start with. But looking at the model, right, as I mentioned in the beginning, in terms of the social perspective of the dragonfly model, people are using technology. But where we are coming from is, why are we stopping them at that level? Can we bring them to another level, i.e. on the governance level, i.e. on the economic level, right? We want to empower these elderly people. They want to be independent because sometimes they are perceived as wasting time in technology, chatting with friends. So where we're coming from is, how can we let them have fun with technology, at the same time, if they can earn some income, they can involve in the democracy of the country. Example, in the last election we had last week, we also had online discussions and participation. In fact, I contacted a few of my respondents. I invited them to be on the online platform. Some of them responded positively. They felt nice because they could contribute. They are not physically able to attend the public forums, but from where they are, Zoom call and Google Meet and all that, they could involve and participate and say what they want to say. So I'm not sure if I answered the question. If I got it correct from Samir, that is my response. So this model is not only for elderly people, definitely can be copied and pasted to everyone. We're just testing it at that level. Thank you.
Dr. Maniam, thank you very much for this comprehensive response. Now, I hear there are a couple of more questions, but maybe we take the opportunity of coffee break. And if I can request you to come back around 4:20, if it is agreeable to. So give a big round of applause to our two panelists, and thank you very much for joining this discussion.
Shake. 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 check. 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 Mic check. Mic check.
So if you can, IT team can put up our slides. I just wanted to share with you the 15 research report and the publication, where it is and how are they looking. Because somebody was asking, is it still there on, or have you put that on the website? So before the session by Andy, if the IT team can kindly put up the slide and show the web page of the 15 research reports, please. Yeah, okay. So these are the reports as you would have seen in the morning session. So you can download on our Connect to Recover webpage, individual reports as well as the ITU publication. And also you would see the video that you all contributed to. So with that, I won't take much of your time. I pass the floor to our next moderator, Andy from Huawei. Andy, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Samir, Karen, and the whole of the ITU team to have made all of this possible today. It has been a journey. My name's Andy Hu. I'm from Huawei. I'm honored to be moderating this last session. Health, education, job creation, and vulnerable persons. This first 4 sessions quite naturally bring us to this last one, where we focus on digital connectivity and digital resilience, which underpin all of the areas that we have addressed so far. With 2.7 billion people still unconnected, the need to bridge digital gaps and build a resilient broadband infrastructure and digital ecosystem in the global recovery process requires, I hope, little explanation. The excellent panelists that we have here today have each offered tailored recommendations to address existing challenges in their respective case studies. I'll try to introduce each panelist very quickly before giving the floor to them in sequence for their presentation, and we'll go for a round of questions if we have time, and if time permits, a question or two from the floor before we wrap. All right, we have here with us Mr. William Baraza from the African Advanced Level Telecoms Institute, AFRATI, Professor Cameron from the same team, Mr. Leonard Mabeli with Strathmore University in Kenya, and Ms. Danilo Lintumba with the University of Cape Town. Now, they each represent teams that address diverse approaches and contexts in providing affordable and reliable connectivity. We do want to be mindful of the time. Each speaker will have 10 minutes for their presentation. And without further ado, let's hear it from William and Professor Cameron, whose team studied market resilience in communications in Kenya between 2018 and 2021. William, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Andy, for the introduction. And also thank you, I hope I'm audible enough. And thank you, ITU, for sponsoring this research. Of course, without your facilitation, we've not been able to do this. So I'll go through the presentation. Our research was around market resilience in emerging technologies, digital economies, and this was a case study of Kenya during the COVID-19 pandemic. The theme was actually under digital connectivity and resilience, as Andy has alluded to it. And with my colleague here, Professor Geoffrey Gitao Kamau, who will take you through the presentation. So quickly, just go through the agenda of the presentation, just like our other predecessors have presented. I'll take you through the research team, intro, research methodology, and my colleague will take you quickly through the findings and then recommendations. So our research team, we are about 7 people, as you can see from them. Myself, Professor Kamau here. Then you have Dr. John Papalika from Frati as well. And then we have Kobe Institute of Computing, Japan, Professor Yamanaka, who we collaborated with. And then the rest of the team, Lawrence, Jonathan, and Steve indicated. So in the introduction, obviously this was a response to the competition that was issued by ITU in terms of trying to find out how the markets responded to the pandemic when it occurred. And we know very well that Africa was one of the economies that, countries in Africa were the economies that were really impacted negatively by the pandemic. So when you look at the shocks that really affected Africa, among them being the fact that governments took a lot of drastic actions to prevent the spread of the pandemic, including closure of schools, closure of businesses. Some countries actually issued curfews where people could not move. This really impacted on communication and interaction between human beings as we knew it. So in just conclusion, the underlying issues include the persistent skills gap in digital literacy, service affordability, consumer protection and return on investment for service providers. So therefore, this research was to establish what was the country's, especially Kenya, which was a case study situation of its market resilience in communications, and how was this exacerbated by the pandemic. I've just explained some of the issues that caused the closure of some businesses, and what responses were undertaken by the economies in question. How did this impact on the market resilience of future pandemics? On the research methodology, we used a mixed research, and what we did was we had questionnaires sent out to various organizations, including private sector, government, mainly government, because it was the one that involved in responding to the pandemic, and also in NGOs. And then we had a sample frame of 104 multi-sectoral COVID-19 response institutions in Kenya, and then census method was used to collect primary data from 83 accessible units. And then data collection instruments were structured questionnaires. We had interviews via telephone calls, because at that time also we could not interact with, in person when we did the research. We also went through secondary data collection through various organizations, including, as I mentioned, World Bank, the Central Bank of Kenya, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, and the Communication Authority. We also had qualitative, as I mentioned, we did a mixed research method. Qualitative data collected, which was summarized in two dimensional matrices, text map and SMR model. The quantitative data was analyzed and presented in description statistics and in charts and distribution tables. So this is actually in our report. If you look at what has been shared by ITU on the portal, all this is available in the detailed report. So at this stage, I'll hand over to my colleague to take us through the findings and then the recommendations before we conclude.
Thank you very much, William. My name is Professor Gitau Kamau. I'm consulting for Afrati and also in the academia at the ZTech University. So continuing my colleague has reached. And I'll start by a comment that was made by one of the respondents who said that nowadays people post discoveries of tourism places not known before. For instance, Orokwe Mountain in the Little Explored in northeastern Kenya. This was a statement that was made by one of the respondents from Kenya Professional Safari Guides Association. And so we could argue that in this particular study, the research methods, the initial market resilience of Kenya when the COVID-19 occurred, after the analysis, it is scored as 2 out of 5, which was an indication that it was moderate. And when you look at that score of 2 out of 5, though moderate, it means that it was not satisfactory. And actually, our findings were that the weakest link, because Kenya has a devolved government, was actually in the devolved units of the government. And during that period of the COVID-19, the GDP of Kenya, the real GDP of Kenya, really contracted by about 0.3%. And this is compared to the revised growth that we had encountered in the previous year of 5% in the 2019. So it means that COVID-19 actually negatively impacted on the growth of Kenya. And it caused increased pressure on the communication services, such that there was increased traffic in money transfer, in mobile broadband connectivity, especially because people are working from home, in courier services because people will not physically travel, and therefore transportation of goods would have to be done through courier services, and we'll be able to show how that really impacted on the market resilience. And it also caused a marked reduction in the fixed data because people will not access their fixed data from offices, and they actually moved to broadband mobile data. It also affected the local international calls because most of these calls now are not being made. And the responses that were taken by the government in various models, we evaluated them and we found that in the end, they helped to improve the market resilience of the country from 2 to 3, which meant that country became, at the moment, is now more robust than it was before. And we used an analysis of a model called the LIPIC model, which is demonstrated within our report. And the specific responses that we found that were very effective in the response that government took, one was the medical protocols and the travel restrictions, as well as the tax reliefs that were given to the businesses and individuals, and also the question of innovations that came up from the business communities. We did find that the broadband infrastructure was absolutely very critical in the handling of emergencies and continuity of business and resilience of the economy during this particular period. And therefore, we do say that for the emerging economies to be able to become resilient going forward, they need to put a lot of focus on the broadband telecommunications and ICT infrastructure so that future pandemics will not have any impact on them. Thank you very much. One of our recommendations is that going forward, emerging economies like Kenya should be able to intensify on their telecommunications and ICT infrastructures so that future pandemics will be able to not impact on them so heavily, and they'll be resilient enough to be able to provide emergency communication and services for continuity of businesses if another pandemic comes up. And we also do recommend that emergency essential value chains should be identified, which should be continued regardless of whether it's pandemic or not, because they are critical for humanity, and their contingencies should be defined by law. Therefore, they are mainstreamed and put within the policy structures and legal structures, so that there are policies and regulations that would work best to make sure that this is maintained regardless of any pandemic or any disruptions. We do also recommend our communication authority that should consider allocating spectrum that has been freed from technologies that have been reformed, particularly when we talk about the moving from the analog to digital, which has released some spectrum. The same can be released to communities that are in their unserved areas to provide radio stations and other services to be used for the vulnerable in case of an emergency like the COVID-19. We also do recommend that the innovations that were undertaken by the locals, because when they realized that they cannot manage to access the international market to buy some of the critical resources that were required in response to COVID-19, they went into innovating their own. And therefore, we do recommend that the same ecosystem and framework should be strengthened within the country for it to be able to produce its own innovations to one's emergency responses and telecommunication service and business continuity. We also do feel that some technologies that were very useful in the driving of the economy during this time, particularly the issue of telecommuting, it should be strengthened, not just as a stopgap measure, but maybe a permanent practice within our country that can move most of the economy away from the traditional physical into cashless and other virtual-driven business practices. And we did find that there was heightened issues of cybersecurity that occurred in our country, because having known that businesses who are in the digital space, a lot of opportunists went into attacking our digital systems and data. And therefore, we recommend enhancing and strengthening of data protection so that the conversion into the digital presence will be secured.
Kamal, I think that's only all the time that we have. So I'm going to have to cut you off there. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Intensifying telecoms and ICT infrastructure has become, as the gentleman have suggested, a practical necessity. Now as we will be hearing in a minute, this is critical for not just emerging economies as a whole, but also in the case of Kenya, for specific rural counties where challenges persist in both the utilization and affordability of existing fiber resources. Leonard, please take it away.
Good afternoon. I hope you can all hear me. Thanks a lot, Andy, and thanks a lot, the team of ITU, for making this possible, together with the partners like Huawei, the governments of Japan, Saudi Arabia, and Australia as well. So our research was, the moniker is Research Paper 4, was on COVID-19 recovery. So basically what we're looking at here is a three-pronged approach where we assess the state of connectivity for the rural counties before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and now what is after the colon, rebuilding digital inclusion. That means after, what will happen? What are the mechanisms that can be put in place to be able to enable connectivity for these rural counties? So my name is Leonard Mabele. I'm from Strathmore University, and I don't have the presentation. Oh, thanks. Yeah, so I'm going to skip this slide because all of us have seen it over and over. Move to the next one. So this is the research team. We had got a big research team coming from the 4 institutions, if you can see the logos there. And it's a good research that combined academia and the regulator. And the academia was a university, 2 universities from Kenya, Strathmore University, Technical University of Kenya, and then another university from the UK, Scotland, the University of Glasgow, and then the Communications Authority of Kenya. And I just want to note that in this room, at least, we have representatives from Communications Authority of Kenya who are also research partners on this. Dr. Gilbert Mugeni, who's the second one there, he can raise his hand. And then apart from Dr. Mugeni, we also have a representative from the Communications Authority, who's the director, who's one of the directors of the Communications Authority, Mr. Peter Wanjo, he was also here. And then, so the research leads, the other research lead was Professor Edward Wasige from Glasgow, and then Dr. Kennedy Rono from Technical University of Kenya. So the background is just in March 2020, when COVID had just hit, the government went into lockdown and shut down all the schools. That means the physical distancing was coming into place, and schools could no longer continue going to, having physical interactions. And that affected 18 million Kenyans, 18 million students. Now, a very interesting scenario, and I think Ms. Anne Rochelle had alluded to it earlier on, is Kenya's 70% of the population is found in the rural areas. So if you're talking about 18 million students locked out of physical interaction, then we're talking about a bigger percentage of those who had now to resort to online learning. So that formed pretty much a basis of us trying to find out what was their state of continuity in terms of learning. And then apart from the schools, we also looked at the healthcare institutions, to which that was coming from a point of, we felt like coming from the government statistics, there was a disconnect in terms of information sharing. So we just wanted to determine how was the state of connectivity to really guarantee, continuity during the pandemic for the healthcare institutions to continue with their services. And then with this kind of approach, we started investigating the state of connectivity before the pandemic, and then the state of connectivity during the pandemic. So in this context, it means how many schools had really put in place, backup mechanisms to just ensure, okay, nothing has changed, we can just move online and continue learning. And the same for healthcare. Now, so we focused on 2 rural counties. Even while looking at schools and healthcare institutions, we looked at 2 rural counties. And our rationale for the 2 rural counties, which one of them was Kakamega County, is because Kakamega County is the most populous rural county in Kenya. And then the second county is Turkana. So Turkana is one of the arid and semi-arid counties of Kenya, and it's pretty much the second largest in size in the country. So the rationale formed our focus of the 2 counties. And then beyond that, also some of the things that formed that part of the background was what regulatory developments had been put in place to be able to keep connectivity going, and what was the regulator doing even prior to the pandemic to ensure that connectivity was not disrupted for the learners and the healthcare institutions. So this formed the background of our study. And then moving on to our research methodology. So we largely leveraged the desk research, and this was really key to us because I think within 2020, ITU had just released a document on last mile connectivity solutions guide. And talking about rural counties, for us, this was last mile connectivity we are talking about. And so we spent a lot of time studying some of the documents that had been put in place, the regulatory frameworks, documents that came from ITU and global connectivity stats, rural connectivity as articulated or postulated by the government, including the digital blueprint that the government had just rolled out, as well as the national broadband strategy. So that largely was desk research, just us trying to find that out. And then next we did a site survey. So after that, we went to the 2 counties. We replaced Turkana with Kakamega. I mean, we replaced Turkana with Machakos because Turkana being very far away from Nairobi, and the budget limitations and constraints, we couldn't go there. So we replaced with another county just to see what the metrics looked like. And then another approach of study to this was stakeholder engagement. So in this context, how was it for the internet service providers? Did COVID give them an opportunity to keep their business going? Did it hamper it? How was it like? And particularly for the 2 counties that we had put for this study. And then beyond that, the last item on the methodology was spectrum measurement. So why we had to do this was there an opportunity that spectrum was being underutilized by the ISPs or the incumbents in other bands? So we had to conduct spectrum measurements together with the Communications Authority.
Leonard, I'm going to have to ask you to speed up just a little. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I think I have like 3 slides. So our research findings are there. So it became clear that most schools and healthcare facilities were significantly affected by the pandemic. But then there are also challenges of some of them were close to connectivity, like fiber, but they couldn't reach it, which brought the issues of dark fiber. And then ISPs mentioned some of the challenges they had faced earlier on in terms of power, making sure that can sustain the schools in the rural areas. And we also had institutions who needed outdoor Wi-Fi, but was not there. And then this comes to our recommendations. So our recommendations, the first one, and it pretty much ties to the Giga project of the ITU, was we have to contextually map the connectivity needs versus the infrastructure coverage in the country. And I'm glad that that's a conversation that Mr. Samia and Ms. Munua was presenting earlier on open data. So we saw that that's something you're recommending. And we also recommend that immediately the opportunity of dark fiber be exploited. Like we get to have, if there is a need that we could collaborate to have connectivity reaching the institutions that are close to the points of dark fiber, that would be great. And also we have recommendations of community networks and others, but all these are articulated in our general report that is available on the site, as Mr. Samia has mentioned. And then here for our conclusion is this, like the near future studies need to exploit the dark fiber. There are quite a number of other points on that, but I think that's the beginning point that we think will kick off from this. And I'm glad that we are already talking to Huawei to be able to start doing something, implementing something of this study. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Leonard. Now, in closing the digital gap, some have proposed to examine the concept of community networks as a means to leverage digital. Our last speaker represents a team across 3 different continents. Ms. Danilo, over to you.
Okay. Okay, sorry about that. Thank you very much. I hope everyone can hear me. My name is Ntine Lao, and I'll be representing research paper 5, which is titled A Community-Based Vision for Local Resilient Networks. And so our project, it's a mutual sharing of experiences and challenges, learning between 2 community wireless networks, Janastu in India and Black Equations in Ocean View in Cape Town in South Africa. So these are my research team members. We are an international team. We have participants, we have colleagues from the UK, India, and South Africa. And so we are made of Hanif, Tibi Danish, Nevo, Naveen, and Melissa as our co-investigators, and Daisy, myself, Ntine, and Siddhant as research assistants. So I'm going to introduce our community partners. I'm just going to play these 2 short minute videos.
Everybody, my name is Hanif Lanio, and I operate a community network in Ocean View. Together with the UCD, the network started as a research project, and over the past 2 years, from a research project into a business. Our focus initially was on providing free digital content over our network. But as time went on, we received more and more requests to make internet access available as well. Today, we have 20 hotspots spread out all over the community, and phase 1 is almost complete. So now that our people have internet access, our focus is shifting to meaningful connectivity. What do you do with internet access? Putting the skills that we are learning from these workshops into practice, we know that this network will be a catalyst for the socio-economic development of our community. And we thank you for your support.
My name is Dinesh, and we started working on what might now be called as community networks some decade ago, and the whole history behind why we started it as one of the important things for our organizations as going forward. Now we are using Libre routers, open source frameworks, and applications that we think are close to what our villagers need. And we set up a rural research lab, so the technology relevant to this work can be addressed in it. And here is our team, which is Sanket, who's a technology hardware guy, and Shalini, who's been the holder of many strings, and Shafali, the design input, and Mukunda is the youngest of the uh, team with a lot of enthusiasm. And yeah, and we were very excited to get the ITU project as it's bringing 2 different network builders and similar concerns and the way we want to go forward post-COVID. And we're bringing designers and meeting each other and having a relook at what we're doing on both sides. And we learned a lot, which is a sign of success.
Spends as follow. We started with 25 interviews.
Danilo, the ITU Secretary General-elect is about to be online, so we will kindly suggest that we continue the presentation after her segment.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that part of the discussion. We'd always uncover more questions in seeking the right answers, but this would be all the time that we have before the segment from Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin. I want to conclude for now by thanking all of you for a relevant, timely, and very interesting session. And with that, I'd like to thank you again and hand back to the ITU team, Ms. Henrikau.
Thank you very much, Andy. I've been in and out, but I'd like to say congratulations to all of you and for great sessions so far. So now we're going to hear from the ITUs, the International Telecommunication Union's Director of the Bureau of Development and also Secretary General-elect at ITU. We're very proud of this development. Doreen is the first woman to be at the helm of the ITU in 157 years. So join me in welcoming Doreen online, and hopefully some of you will have the opportunity to also meet her in person tomorrow. She's arriving only tomorrow. Thank you. Doreen, if you can hear me, the floor is yours. Sorry, somebody has to unmute her and yeah, video too. Apologies for this, but I think we've all lived this for the past 3 years under COVID. Oh, Rachel, we're going to, yeah, that's why. Rachel? You, yeah.
Rachel is here, and Doreen, I don't think can unmute herself.
So,
Okay.
Rachel, is she connected with BDT director?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, we can see her. I mean, we can see BDT director.
Oh, here we go. Okay. Okay, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Absolutely, loud and clear.
Yes, we can. Yeah. Okay, good afternoon. Apologies for that. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking you for your, what I understand has been active and very engaging participation in this session, best practices and recommendations for digital inclusion through resilient infrastructure. I think we have heard throughout today, the Day Zero sessions, the importance of resilience, and of course the impact that COVID has had as an accelerator for digital, and of course as a tool for recovery. I do want to express my deep appreciation for Australia's support on the Connect to Recover steering committee, particularly
to the Asia Pacific region, and of course for the presence of Her Excellency Ambassador Julia. I think she's with us. Of course, also want to welcome His Excellency Minister Mola. Thank him also for his support and his remarks as we have launched our 15 Connect to Recover reports, and of course the ITU's own publication, Build Back Better with Broadband, Research Stories from the Front Line. I also want to acknowledge the invaluable support of the government of Japan. They stepped forward at the height of the pandemic to become one of our Connect to Recover founding partners. My gratitude, of course, is also to Huawei for its great support of this important research competition, and in particular to Carl Song and to Philippe Wang for their insightful remarks. Also, thank you to Professor Sharafat, who I believe joined from Geneva today, and of course my colleague, Dr. Cosmos Zava. They both spent much time in reviewing the contributions for the research competition. The findings that were published today, I think they will serve as an invaluable resource for stakeholders around the world that are working to strive to make digital ecosystems more resilient, as well as more inclusive. These findings demonstrate just how urgent universal connectivity is, and of course, especially in the rural, hardest to get to areas. They also underscore the importance of digital services, services like telemedicine, online learning, e-business, digital payments, and how they can enhance lives and be transformative. But of course, these solutions can only come about when we have strong partnerships and strong participation from different stakeholders. The findings also reaffirm that our mission can't be limited to just the infrastructure piece. It also needs to include the needs of those at the edge of the network, the communities, the users, and of course, vulnerable persons. The needs in terms of a focus on digital skills was also a key component of the findings, and of course, institutional and human capacity building. And in all of the findings, I think one thing that came out quite clearly is the importance of having that enabling policy and regulatory environment. Absolutely a critical piece to any sustainable development strategy. I hope you also found that the ITU UNESCO Broadband Commission report on smartphone access, as well as the ITU World Bank Open Data Initiative, I hope you have found that useful. It's a perfect complement, that's the way we see it, in terms of our Connect to Recover mission. As many of you probably know, we concluded the ITU Plenipotentiary Conference just a couple weeks ago in Romania. And the outcome of that conference reinforced the commitment of our members to the efforts around sustainable digital transformation. And I would say including the ongoing efforts to bridge the digital divide, of course, to promote digital gender equality, and to support and nurture digital economies and societies, and of course, build back better from the pandemic. I want to encourage you to consider the recommendations that have been put forward in these reports. Think about ways that they can be applied nationally, but of course in local context. And of course, let's work together to develop implementation plans that will accelerate digital transformation and inclusion in all of our countries and communities. I think by working together, only by working together, we will achieve our 17 Sustainable Development Goals and their promise of a more prosperous, peaceful, and equitable world that ensures that communities everywhere are equipped with strong and resilient digital infrastructure to withstand any kind of crisis that may hit us in the future. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Again, I apologize for interrupting your important session, but thanks for the opportunity to share a few words with you. And as Anne Rochelle mentioned, I will be with you in person tomorrow, and I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doreen, for inspiring words, and we can't wait to have you around. So thanks again, and I would like to ask everybody online if you can put your videos on, so maybe we can capture a picture of you all there. That would be fantastic. All right, yeah, they're all coming. Wonderful. Great. A few more, come on. Please let us know when it's done. It's done. Yeah, thank you. All right, I think I'm going to hand the floor back to Andy.
Thank you, Raquel. Thank you. I think we left it at Dinesh's at the conclusion of Dinesh's video from Danilo. So if we could kindly resume your introduction of your presentation, please. Thank you.
Okay, do I keep right? Okay. Okay, so I think we were done with the video. Yes. Okay. So So this is our project timeline. So it spans as follow. We started with 25 interviews with community network users and prospective and local network operators within the community networks that we are working with in India and in South Africa. And thereafter, the interviews were followed by 2 sets of workshops that were actually aimed and designed to uh, investigate what community resilience for community networks is and what it means for the community members. So this was done from a speculative futuring point, a network management futuring point, as well as an eye towards how community networks can be leveraged for local content creation in our communities via community wireless networks. So for the speculative design part of our study, we had workshops in both sites, in India and in South Africa, same protocol, and these were designed to understand the idea of network resilience within the communities. And so the purpose of this was to identify both the strengths and the challenges within the network in the community. So we gave our participants 3 premises. I think the first one was, what if we have COVID 2025 in future and it's worse than the current pandemic and we need to go in another lockdown? And the second one was, what if the local network operators, the people that are currently managing the network, leave town or they go to another country? How will the community go through these problems, and how will you as a community carry on to manage and sustain the network? And some of the insights and findings that really came up was that the communities are really relying on the community network to support them through various online activities, such as supporting them in online education and finding jobs online, just to mention a few. And they felt that they need more training and to involve more community members into the management of the network and into how the network is running. Yes. So for the network management for community wireless networks, we did this study with, again, current local network operators, the people that are managing these community wireless networks, as well as the prospective network operators. And so the key main aim for this was to find out what are the current network management challenges, what are the experiences with network management in these 2 community wireless networks. And we then prototyped some of the solutions, of course, after identifying the problem, some of the solutions that can improve or make network management easier for these communities. So some of the findings that we really found was that there are so many challenges that the local community network operators face when using the existing network management interfaces, how it is difficult for them to navigate through these network management interfaces. It's difficult for them to find connected devices and not only the hotspots, but also the users that are on the network. And of course, these existing network management interfaces, they were developed for experts. So they also struggle to get through some of the terminologies that are used on these interfaces. As well as, I think we found that they have access to an ecosystem of experts and formal and informal training from different organizations. And of course, there are, I think, power cuts and power issues was mentioned a lot that also interrupts the controllers of these networks, and that also makes it difficult for them to manage the network effectively, as well as the ad hoc equipments that these community wireless networks are using, that they currently have a lot of different diverse network equipments, and it's very difficult for them to catch up on this, on how to manage and to use these equipments without training, and troubleshooting resources are quite also very hard for them to understand. And the third part of our
Mr.
work
Nell,
was
please speed up. I think that is all the time that we have, but shall we close or one more minute?
Okay.
Thank
Okay,
you so
so the last part we had content creation and dissemination workshops that we also facilitated with community members to co-create and co-produce content with them, and to find out what content are they interested in the community and what content they want to share. And we used a puppet software during the workshop that was used to foster content creation as an artifact that they use. So they went in the community and they created content, and we uploaded their content on the software. And some of the findings from this were that the communities are really interested in having community podcasts or a platform where they can use to share their knowledge and community news. So lastly, in conclusion, I think our recommendations are really at how we need to rethink network management interfaces when it comes to the usability and configurability, as well as how we can further support local content creation in communities, not only by giving communities platform to add their content, but also helping them through the creation and co-production of this content. Thank you.
Thank you, Danilo. Well, thank you, Danilo, and I deeply appreciate the patience of you all. This is a truly global session comprised of reports with actionable and original recommendations. I'd like to propose another round of applause for the 4 speakers and hand back to the IT team.
Thank you. These mics are very sensitive. Thank you all very much for absolutely great discussions. So the last part of the day is a panel discussion. And I truly hope that you will all participate in making sure that our panelists get most excruciating questions, because we need to get out of here with something, all of us. So I'd like to thank all of the presenters who have been with us today. So now I would like to welcome our panelists that have been drawn for from the 5 research themes, namely digital inclusion, health, digital inclusion in education, and digital inclusion in job creation, and also digital inclusion for vulnerable people, vulnerable persons, as we say, and digital connectivity and resilience. So allow me and please welcome with me Mr. David Bocci, who's the senior lecturer at Brunel University, United Kingdom, and he's with digital inclusion in health. Well, you need to get a mic, so if you can sit in the front, that would be great, David. Thank you. Mr. Michael Canaras, advisor, Step Up Consulting from the Philippines, and he's with Digital Inclusion Education. We have Mr. Turnston Jelinek, Director and Senior Fellow, TEV Universe Institute in China, and he's from the Digital Inclusion Job Creation. And Dr. Manyan Kalyanan, Associate Professor at School of Business University of Nottingham, Malaysia. Good to have you all. And, oh, yeah, I guess I'm missing someone. Yes, Ms. Dinelao Litumba, Master Student, Department of Computer Science, University of Cape Town, South Africa. The most important one because she's the only lady on the panel. So thank you all for being here. And we're going to start with the first round of questions. And based on the presentations and discussions today, what do you think are some of the pressing issues that require immediate action and attention in the sector and research themes that you have all discussed today? So I'll give 2 minutes for each panelist. And this is very democratic. We're multi-stakeholder. So the one who says me first goes. Please, David, go ahead.
Yeah, with regards to the digital inclusivity from the health team perspective, one thing I observe is that across board, the emphasis is on rural communities and the ability for telemedicine to actually get to the rural communities. And so you see that there are some of my colleagues who the panelists were actually finding solutions as to how to reach people in those remote communities. But very importantly is the fact that across board, there is no proper structure with regards to a digital policy, for instance, that will guide, an inclusive and implementable, telemedicine system in Africa and for that matter, other parts of the globe. I'm sure in the advanced countries, there are some available, but in the global south, I think we seldom find some of these policies available. So I think the first step is to actually identify some of these, because once we're able to get that, it gives us the guidelines as to exactly how to approach making sure that telemedicine actually gets to those at the base of the pyramid. And I think if we can do this, then issues relating to the ethical implications of telemedicine, for instance, the governance aspect of telemedicine, for instance, all these things will be captured in such type of policies.
Thank you very much, David. I appreciate that. And I'm going to say, please keep in mind, Samir and colleagues will have to send you some information about some of what is happening around smart villages, for example, at ITU, because there's been the same type of discussion in some of the countries where we started smart villages. We do have people, for example, who have had premises of those digital policies that you're talking about by implementation on the ground so that, it is really truly informed. So keep that in mind. Who goes next?
Can I go next? Yeah.
Please, Malik.
Thanks. Thank you very much. In our session number 4, for the vulnerable persons, there were 2 papers presented. Taking from statistics about people who are disabled, 4 points that need our attention. Number 1, recognizing the limitations of these people, either disabled or the elderly population. We need to recognize the limitations. Number 2, providing access that is relevant to them. It is not generic access, but access that is user-friendly, that is usable by this group of people. Number 3, we have learned that government need to champion this initiative. It has to be from the government involving others. And number 4, use of multiple stakeholders model, right? Involving the government, the private, the NGOs, the academic, the society, international. So in short, it should be people, public, private partnership model. So that will sort of help people to get the right access wherever they are at any time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manyam. That's absolutely, I think, to the point. Multi-stakeholder. No one of us can do it alone. Who goes next? Yes, go.
From the session on digital inclusion and education, I think there are 4 points that are critical to be considered here. The first is that understanding of context. Assessments are key to better design, deliver, and evaluate ICT-enabled education. So it is just about device ownership or access to internet. It is also about whether there is an enabling context that allows effective participation in schools. Questions like, do they know how to use technology to learn better, as in the case of the paper from Kenya and Morocco? Or do they have a space at home where they can learn online, like in the case of South Africa? The second point is that we need to reframe discussions on pedagogy. Learning online cannot be done with a face-to-face mindset. I mean, it's just like solving 21st century problems with the 19th century thinking. So how do you, sorry, how do you design content online? Cannot be the same as how you design content in a face-to-face setup, like in the case of the paper discussing Ethiopia, for example. This requires training on the part of teachers, not only in learning design and delivery, but also in assessment. How, for example, does digital-enabled delivery cater to auditory, tactile, and visual learners? Or how do you design learning systems that it responds to learning needs of people with disabilities and students with learning difficulties? We know that availability, access to, and affordability of technology is paramount in moving towards technology-enabled education delivery. We know theoretically that the use of technology can enable a more inclusive education, but only when infrastructure is available, when people in remote and difficult situations have access to internet and data costs are affordable, this happens. Finally, in the three researchers on the education panel, we've learned that it's not just about technology. Without capabilities, many of which are non-material and do not relate to technical skills or access alone, and without acknowledgement of the social dynamics of systems and networks, parts of the population always remain excluded, because we know that the situation during the pandemic only amplified the underlying forms of inequality. Better connected, better resourced, better capacitated individuals and organizations will benefit better. So the leveling the playing field remains one gigantic challenge. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you. Level the playing field. Go ahead, Roberto.
Thank you. So it's a privilege to represent the job creation session, and I think maybe at least two takeaways. The first one is, and the focus was on smallholder farming and on SMEs, but really on the micro part of these small entrepreneurial businesses. The first one is that digital does not immediately translate into jobs. Even though you're connected doesn't mean it automatically creates jobs. It needs to be more done. The second one is there's a difference, and this has been discussed for also the other groups, between the urban and the rural. So when COVID happened, actually some of the rural small micro businesses could survive without the connection because they were already kind of resilient because they were not always connected, right? So it hit more the urban part, which were much more dependent on also the interaction. On the rural, the interaction was kind of helpful before the physical interaction, which then, of course, was impeded by COVID. So it was less an issue of digital connectivity, whereas in the urban, they had still the connectivity and were then less vulnerable because of the physical interaction, which was, of course, because of the curfew, was problematic. So overall, again, access to or connectivity access is important, but it needs to be also translated into how you actually create jobs with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. One of the things that I think you said that I would like to just reiterate is that, yes, being online or having online to be able to access, being capable to go online doesn't mean that you can find a job. So those skills are absolutely needed. And you all are sitting in universities, so I hope you're really helping them produce the right graduates. Please.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And I think from session 5, which is on digital connectivity and resilience, I think having infrastructure and giving community networks the right infrastructure isn't like the only way, but I think we need to pay attention to rethinking network management, because for these communities to be able to sustain and maintain these networks, they need to be very good at managing their networks. So from the research, I think network management interfaces, they need to be restructured because they are not usable for locals, and they also fail to acknowledge the mesh ways in which communities are trying to integrate hardware and software to build working systems out of donated hardware. And so this becomes an issue when you have a lot of different branded devices that you receive from different organizations, and also that you are able to buy from your town or from your city that are accessible to you. So the combination of using all these different devices leads these community networks to have multiple network management interfaces, and you do not have adequate training to the use of all of them. And so I think until we address this, there will be a very, very high training barrier to the true ownership of community networks. And this also imposes a security concern and some vagaries on how we can use closed source network management systems.
Thank you very much. And for all of you who are sitting, I guess, in network management, you know that the more patches or things you put together, the more intricate the management difficulties you get into. So thanks for thinking about that. So second round of questions. Given the recent disruptions caused by COVID-19 pandemic, and it could be really any type of other disruptions, what should be done to improve the connectivity or resilience of networks affecting health, education, job creation, vulnerable people, or communities during such emergencies? Who goes first? Dinalao?
Same pattern.
Yeah? Okay. Well, go ahead, David.
No worries. Yes, COVID actually taught us the importance of telemedicine, and I think almost every country benefited from telemedicine during COVID, and so you realize that the onus is on various governments to actually put in measures to actually strengthen the telemedicine systems in our respective countries. And so, for instance, issues relating to infrastructure cannot be ignored when it comes to telemedicine in Africa, for instance. And so emphasis on infrastructure becomes very key. The emphasis on the language barrier when it comes to communication between the professional and then also those end users is also very key with regards to telemedicine. And then also the importance of getting a very good fast internet network that actually will benefit people at the base of the pyramid will also help. I must say that at the professional level, it's not all medical professionals, for instance, who are up to rate when it comes to delivering telemedicine. So some capacity building in those areas becomes very important to make sure that we get a resilient health system using telemedicine.
Thank you, David. I'm going to go to Michael.
Yeah, so as one of the outcomes of this research project, we wrote an article in that Huawei published in its November 22 issue of the online magazine Transform. And it was actually entitled Truly Inclusive Education Demands Fair Access to Technology. And I think we know that this requires several things, and this is just, I think, highlighted across all the papers today. Like, for example, in the digital inclusion and education space, when people lack connection or devices, or both, governments and even the private sector should strengthen broadband infrastructure and access to learning devices. And policies and programs in higher education should help eliminate the gap in digital infrastructure between public and private universities, and also between the capacities of teachers and members of faculty, and also the digital gap among students whose ability to own devices and use the internet is often dependent on their socioeconomic condition. Private companies engaged in ICT should assist in ensuring access to technology by making learning devices more affordable and internet costs more affordable as well. Finally, I think we can take inspiration from resilience as defined in climate change literature. When we talk about resilient infrastructure, they say there that resilience is the ability to anticipate, prepare for, and respond to hazardous trends, events, and emergencies. With this and within the context of education delivery, we will not only think about access to internet, but stability of power sources as well. In the South Africa study, for example, a problem that students face is the inability to charge devices. So we will already start talking about digitizing learning materials to ensure that learning implements are available in the context of emergencies. We also need to continue talking about connecting the unconnected. I know that we have talked about this for more than 20 years, and there have been a lot of innovations at this front, including, for example, the use of community-based networks presented here, the use of community-based connectivity initiatives, autonomous network infrastructure, or cellular base stations, for example. Scaling and normalizing these innovations, I think, is critical and important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. I'm glad I'm pretty sure a few of you have touched on the subject. Electricity is crucial. You can't have digital without electricity. So that is one of the things that, for example, at the African Union level here is being tackled really continent-wide. So I'm really hoping that some emerging, technologies would come that will make this connecting people really meaningful, impactful, but also present, because we will have electricity finally. Because that's one thing that is also, that not only has to go hand in hand, but is needed on the continent. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mania?
I was like, COVID-19 taught us a very critical lesson that everyone should have access to internet, regardless is it e-government or mGov, whatever platform, right? The E should be the small, the people should be the capital. Yeah. That is the first lesson learned. Okay, it's working now. Earlier it was not working. Okay, so that is the first lesson learned, that everyone should be given access to internet. In fact, a recent study shows that, through LinkedIn, every 8 minutes, they're creating one job opportunity. So that is the power of technology, right? Second point is based on what my colleague have presented, the 9th SDG point on equal access to information and knowledge to everyone. On that point, so we think and we believe that access to everyone, it must be relevant, affordable, accessible, usable, it must be empowering and motivating. So that is the lesson learned and pressing matter that need to be given attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marianne. Dinero?
So, are we good? Sorry, are we in the... I thought it was so. The world is so uncertain, and our row was so certain. And actually, I think there's something in the room, and I think we're not really addressing it. And I will try to attempt that. And maybe some of you know Danny Roderick, the Stanford professor, and he said, "Poor country cannot get rich or more affluent based on market mechanisms alone," right? So what does it mean? It means intervention. And I think, and we discussed it offline in the break, and I think there's something needed really, and it becomes so obvious because the next crisis is already looming, whatever it is, and we have one already after COVID, and so we are uncertain. So the first thing I would like to say that the term resilience is important, but what can you be resilient of if you don't know what the next shock is, right? So you need, in this fragile moment, I like this term of anti-fragility, to really think a little bit out of the box, but still that is not enough to leapfrog. And I think the old development model where maybe China grew a lot to bring rural labor into the industry, basically, right? I think that old model might not work for everyone anymore, given that there's a strong automation push in the rich world, in middle-income countries, etc. So that's very difficult. So what I'm alluding to is there needs to be a strong empowerment supported by big institutions and by the rich income country to have a knowledge transfer, technology transfer, and also to have more investment availability in order to build the networks, etc. So I think that is something which can really out of the observation, the discussions we had, and I think these are very important. Yes, on the national, on the micro level, there's all these activities needs to continue. But I think as a continent, and what you just said, from the African Union, etc., there needs to be more collaboration, coordination towards the multilateral organization, towards the rich world, in order to tackle climate change, to have more knowledge transfer, technology transfer to technology to deal with those issues. And one thing maybe where is still a lesson maybe from other countries which transitioned fast in the past is to build up the capacity, to build up the knowledge, to build up engineers and all those things where this knowledge transfer, when it comes, can also be fruitful and can further develop the continent. So that would be my own conclusion a little bit.
Thank you very much, Orson. Yeah, I actually would have so much to say about all of this. But I think one of our guests here would like to say something. So from what you said, please go ahead. And please, I mean, if anybody wants to, chime in on this, I think it would be interesting to have a little bit of discussion instead of us, kind of, pouring stuff on you all. So sorry, I'm disrupting the session a little bit. Please allow me to, because I think it would be important to hear our colleagues. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, Miss Anna. Actually, I'm waiting for something and I've not had it. Because I'm really observing that from my experience, the disruptions had both the positive and negative side. And more or less, we have really talked so much about the negative effects, but we have not been able to see what are these opportunities that perhaps have come up because of these disruptions, because as it were, the same resources that now became idle could be committed to something else. And the same resources that now became overstretched because people shifted their consumption patterns and the broadband consumption pattern to something else, those are the ones to enhance. But the ones that have been left idle, they should be reallocated to something else. For instance, when you talk about the issue of the mobile data connectivity in our country, where people moved from the fixed data in their offices, what happens to the fixed data which now people will not be able to use when now they move to the mobile? I think these are things that we need to look at. Then when people now are around that they cannot do physical business and they came up with the e-business models, e-commerce, we had another gap that now came in the value chain, which is a gap of how to deliver these goods, because now the physical people going to shopping is not happening. So we have to have a courier service coming in, which previously had been very weak and sometimes an ignored business. But then you find when a gap occurs and there's no formal structure in the policy, so many opportunities come and they establish businesses that are not regulated. And they create a risk to the consumer because the consumer does not know who is this providing the courier services. Perhaps it's somebody who has got other intentions. So we need to think broadly now and say, as the disruption occurs, what are the opportunities it's creating as it destroys others? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who wanted to intervene next? Oh, wow. Okay. We're going to have a quite nice. I'm going to have you hold hold these full thoughts until our two other people have spoken, and then we'll see if maybe you can wrap it up in the. So please go ahead now. No, I think it's only Danilo that is left. Thank you.
Okay, so I think from my side, when it comes to what can be done to improve connectivity and resilience, I think we need to find a way to establish easy to adapt services for local content creation, production, and sharing within the communities, because the more the community networks or these communities own not only the infrastructure but also the content that is being shared on these infrastructures, the more these communities become resilient, and the network also becomes the resilient because the content is produced within the community and it's shared on the community infrastructure. And again, on improving connectivity, we need to again look at making network management easier, because the more the community itself can maintain its network fully, the more they are able to troubleshoot their network failures, the more they are able to be able to fix their network failing issues within the community without external reach out, the more the network and the community can be resilient. And I think this can be done by, of course, studying closely what are the devices that are out there that are being used, what is causing the diversity, and also empowering the communities to know what is happening within the network, not only to the extent of how they are using it, but to the background of the technical part of how this community network is standing.
Thank you very much, Dinalao. So I think one of the crux of this whole discussion has been capacity building. I would like you all to keep in mind, or to be reminded, that in the region we have out of almost 4 billion people right now, practically 70% that are under 25. So we're going to have not only the capacity development, but maybe give it a little bit of time. So how do you make sure that all of this happens? Because one of the things that I keep hearing here is we got to have the capacity building, but I mean we got to build the time for that capacity to come. So meantime, while we're doing that, how do we make sure also that all of this comes to fruition? You are in universities, you are sitting in research centers. I would really like you to think about that those out of the box thinking, because no matter if we do all of the capacity building that we can right now today, we're not going to be able to have everybody out there working towards what we want. Okay, so this is just to say, one, as some of us have said here, while we are looking at the solutions, we need to also really think about putting the time to make sure it's done right. All right. So one of the things that I would like you to keep in mind is also give it the time, truly, because we're not going to do this overnight. And I think we're often caught up in the sense that there is an urgency to do things. But is it really an urgency to do if we want to be sustainable and if we want to really get where we want to get, in between not having electricity, having very young population that we need to educate, that is going to take a little bit of time and all of that. So just keep that in mind. And I'll give the floor to the person who's in the back there, and then the two others here, please. You had a question or a comment? There was somebody, yeah?
Yes.
Oh, well, you need to come to the front so everybody can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Part of my takeaway, particularly from the research front, is, and which some of my colleagues have shared here today, is for us not just to look at the 3 A's of ICTs, but for us, we're totally looking at the 5 A's of ICTs. If it must be sustainable and all of that. And that 5 A's to us is actually availability, accessibility, affordability, but we overlook not adoption and adaptability of some of this technology. You get it particularly on auxiliary systems, support systems that supports some of the solutions we provide. I give a typical example, which we're able to solve through reverse engineering. I'm going to withhold the name of the UPS we had to use to augment fluctuation of power in our environment. But because of the way it is designed, it has not been done in such a way to adapt to the kind of spikes you have on to power engineers. They may understand that. You get it? Because a typical alternating, current should be 220 plus or minus 10 volt. But you have spikes, or what I call dirty spikes. And when the thyristors of the power UPS sees it, the fuse goes, the thyristor goes. And before you know it, within a month, the battery bad, and the system becomes useless. And over time, we just decide to have data trained on why this is always so. And we just realize that the fuse and the thyristors of this high power UPS in the range of 5 kVA, 10 kVA, is not adaptable to the kind of spikes we have in the environment. So what we did is to move that fuse system to about from 5 amps to 8 amps. You get it. Then of course the thyristor too. You get it. And before you know it, we're having that UPS system adopting the kind of power that we have in Africa, or in particular in Nigeria. You get it, with spikes issue. So that's why for us we think, just like you mentioned, the issue of electricity. Yes, we must have to take time, but we must make do with what we have available to us. If we can power a communication satellite 36,000 kilometers away from Earth, so I see no reason. That was what we asked ourselves. I see no reason why we can make use of the abundance of sun energy in Africa. You get it, to provide green energies to power some of these things. You get it, and at even a cheaper solution. So for us, you get it. I think part of our takeaway is to continue to look at 5 A's, and part of that adaptation and adaptability of technologies is reverse engineering to get things off the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 5 A's. Keep that in mind. I actually hope that you're working with the IEEE Africa region group. If not, we need to talk, because they're actually looking at that, especially the electricity part. So next, who was next? Here, and then, yes, there.
Yeah, sorry, I'll be very quick. It's not really a contribution, but it's mostly a question, because you have very good speakers there. So I just wanted to, and then the previous speaker also emphasized some of my points, but I wanted to talk about the question of adaptability, but mostly on the aspect of time, because we are talking about digital vulnerability, digital divide, but we are trying to deal with the challenges that we have now and the technology that we have now. But what about the future also? So I think we have also to think about it, because I'm probably sure I'm among the youngest person here, but in few years I will be old, but I don't want to be excluded of the digital ecosystem because I'm old. So we need also now to think about it, because I'm sure that we see, for example, on social media, most of us, we are on Facebook, LinkedIn, this kind of thing, but young people on high school are on TikTok, this kind of thing, and they are doing many different things there, and there is different social ecosystem there. So for us, if we don't think about it now in our solution policy, regulation, technology that we are developing now, we have to think about the future. I really want to hear from you about this. And then the second aspect is also about, we're talking about technology, but maybe I'm out of the topic, but I think also we should see what will happen if, for example, we have a solar eruption and all these things turn out. What will happen? If we switch on 100% technologies, healthcare, education, this kind of thing, what will happen if we have this kind of outage? So I really want to hear from you. Sorry, it's just question. I always have questions. But I really want to hear from you about this thing. 2 points. Do we have to switch from digital-based solution to low-tech solution and not-tech solution, be more innovative? It's just question here. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. I love the questions. And who would like to take these? Because these are absolutely important, I think. Yes, no? Well, I'm going to tell you one thing that I know. There is a country that is very, very, very connected. who right now is printing on gazillion millions of paper everything that is digital. Why? Because of what he just talked about, solar flares that can actually, yes, in a few seconds, wipe everything that we have in terms of networks. And I would like to, as he said, it is part of really not only the adaptability, but going forward, it is one of the things that we're going to have to think about. It is important while we're going digital, it is important to make sure that the redundancy as in networks is built in there in terms of making sure that if something happens to those networks, we can actually still function. It is crucial indeed. And I love the other question. Me, I'm getting to what they call, the persons with special needs. Yes, older people are actually part of this whole process. And it is true that oftentimes while we're thinking about young people and adults in general, if you look at even developed countries today and the way they have gone online, we have a lot of older people who have been left on the side because they can't really do their banking anymore online. Or when you say, "Oh, we're all going, banking online," then they don't know how to access it. Or when they go, they get scammed the next second, and they don't ever want to come back online. So you have a full, part of the population that is truly, truly left behind. We don't want that. So, those are also questions of adaptability and all of that we really need to keep in mind. Each one of us here, no matter how young you are, is a person with special needs as we grow up. Either it's with this, it's with the hearing, it is, yes, with maybe, as we're not seeing properly, the technologies that would allow us to still do this, whether we have any type of disabilities at all, So we need to keep that in mind as we go. And with those words, I would like to thank our panel and thank all of you for sticking the whole day with us today and making it a wonderful one, truly. I really hope that we have learned from each other and that we actually are going to not only work together, but make sure that we cater to everybody and at all levels as we go in terms of digital transformation. It is important that we keep in mind that we're not doing it only for today. We're not doing it, for tomorrow. It is about making sure that that meaningfulness, that sustainability is really for the long term and at all levels. So thank you very much for today and for making it meaningful for all of us, ITU and all of our partners, Huawei, the governments who have all helped us to come here, and you who have actually accepted to participate by being part of this competition. So thank you all.
Can I just ask to give a big round of applause for the leadership and providing us the direction and the vision for Enrichel. Thank you, Enrichel, for being there supporting us. Thank you.
This is your first day. I think that there are 4 more to go. Good luck. Good luck. No, it is a bit crazy.
Ja, die Song die bisa tenang. Zarin tutam ማለት ነው።
Yes, I know your face from before. what content? I think once connected
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, you had a call.
and that's why you were saying, like, how come you're not seeing it kind of in the right place? So that's why I remember. Quiet. Well, I'm anywhere. I mean, I can send you just a note, and I just send here to you straight away. Yes, I'm just sending this to you. You have my contacts here. This is my Ethiopian number. I'm based here. I'm based here. So I'm just going to say hi, Gilbert. It's the best. I almost thought it was popping up. I mean, I think Evgeny adds. See, I have you in the Right? Before, but sometimes Leonard's introduction. So I do come to Kenya quite a lot. We were in Nakuru.
Yes, there is a project. Yeah, I had Dennis. I worked with Dennis, so
Yes,
I sent Dennis.
I know Dennis now.
You know Dennis
I
already.
know Dennis now.
Yes.
And he knows me.
He's now in the research department.
Yes, he was telling me because we were doing a round of introductions. Why all of this staff from across the were in that training that we were doing.
Yes.
And it was because everyone was studying what we do, why we do it. So then it was there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I know Dennis. I'm just sending this to you so that you can have my contact details and we can because I work very closely with Fred, of course, and with Paul. Yeah. Fred and Paul, I mean, they bug me, I bug them. I bug them more.
Yeah, he lost his father. Yes. Otherwise, I think immediately after that. Because in the past, you know, was like I studied and I was responsible during 10 years. Okay. Good to see you. Sorry. Thank you.